All right, let's get going here. Welcome to Learning Progressive Web Design. This is the beginning of what will probably be a several-hour course over multiple sessions. Again, that I'll eventually chop up, and you'll be able to access through Vimeo in an edited way through a subscription. But all of the content is available for free on YouTube and Twitch, and we'd love to have you. We welcome everybody in here. I just want to, before we get into it, I just wanted to say a little bit about the type. How's it going, Woody? I mean, Harry. The type of content that we'll be covering. This is not going to be advanced content. So this is the first thing when I do private mentoring at Skillstack.io, which I've got a waiting list, but if you want to look into that. But this is the first thing that I usually take on with anybody who has no technical experience at all. The first thing, of course, we talk about is we go over the habits of a successful technologist, the autodidactic habits of us. And we covered that in 2 sessions that you can get to right now on YouTube, and then will eventually be edited and put up there. And once you have those habits in place, and you're, ready to take notes and ready to kind of get in and get your hands dirty, this is the thing that I would introduce next. Now, we're going to approach this a little differently than just reading the book from beginning to end. We are going to do that, and we'll talk about what book it is and everything and how to get that book in a second. Hey, welcome, guys. But it's important that you understand that the book itself is not enough. So I talked about that at the end of the autodidactic habits. There are actually 2 comprehensive and fun project-based learning, as well as repetitive sort of exercises. And so I'm going to just be building off of this book those 3 things. And the top thing that we're going to do, of course, is the comprehensive stuff. We're going to work through this. This is hands down, I'll get into the details of the book later, but the book, the basis of this is really sound. This has been in every college. This is pretty much the textbook for any college. And so it sounds like I should probably jump right in. So if you're here, welcome. But I mean, imagine a lot of you out there are going to be like, oh yeah, web design, I know HTML, I know CSS, and that's all I need to know. And I would argue that that's not all you need to know to get started, but it is. If you have a pretty big handle on that, you'll probably want to be fast forwarding a lot through this. But here's the thing. Web skills are kind of assumed from every technologist. Let me say that again. When you apply to any job in technology, there's this kind of unspoken assumption that you already know web stuff. It's not listed explicitly. If it's more like you would surprise somebody with the fact that you don't know HTML, because it's taught in schools from a very early age. Usually, even traditional schools, they usually, their technology class will involve making a web page in HTML, or and learning basic CSS things. In fact, we're going to talk about one. There is a certification you can get as a certified web designer, and it barely covers HTML and a few CSS tags. So this is kind of remedial for a lot of people, particularly in technology, and some people think they don't need to learn it. And I want to we're going to read about this in the book too, but I just want to start out by making the case that if you don't know HTML and basic CSS and basic JavaScript, that manipulates the DOM, the document object model, you have a gap. I mean, you have a gap. You might not want to admit that you do, but you do, because this stuff is assumed. It's kind of a matter of communication. And when you see how easily it integrates with Markdown, you'll understand that knowing how to do HTML and CSS and make a basic profile page like this is pretty much a baseline skill for being a technologist. All right, so enough harping on that. Let's go right into it. So the book that we're going to cover, hey guys, the book that we're going to use as our text for this, and we're going to lean heavily on, is this book from Jennifer Robbins, Learning Web Design. This has been the standard for, something like, when was the first one? Let's go see. I think it's, I mean, it doesn't have the copyright lines. I mean, it had to have been the 90s sometime. I mean, she's been doing them forever, and she's been updating them. And she's very open to, notifying her if something is not up to date. The most recent edition, fifth edition, uh, I think the most significant things that were updated were Flexbox and CSS Grid, and we'll get to that. If you don't know Flexbox and CSS Grid, you don't know CSS today. I mean, it's pretty much used all over the place. And it takes some practice. I'll tell you, it's going to be fun for me to go through this practice again because it's not one of those things that I do every day all the time. So this is the book. It is a copyrighted book. There's a good chance you can find the book in your library, and if you could get an older edition, that would be fine. And then we could maybe fill in the gaps. Help you fill in the gaps. I own this PDF. The PDF is available online, obviously, because I own at least 3 copies of this book, both in print and Kindle. So I don't feel any problem having downloaded the PDF. If somebody disagrees with that, I apologize. I don't mean any insult. I do encourage you to do what you feel is right, to make sure that this is met. There are a lot of free resources to learn HTML and CSS online. Some of them are not as good as others. I've been debating about how much I should go into that right now. I think I'm just going to stop and say, let's just learning web design. If you have a question about another resource out there about whether you think it's any good or not, remember, other than the subscription to go to this stuff, I'm not like incented by telling you that something sucks. I am on your side, and I will tell you that there are certain resources that I have observed over the years with people that are not effective and other ones that are more effective. And this book, hands down, is the most effective way to get you into web design. And so let's talk about that before we start reading some of these pages here. So the first thing I want to mention is that web design, what is, web design? And hey, Greg, 2012, really? That was the first version? I doubt it. It's been around. There was versions of it before that. No, Free Code Camp is actually the worst one of all. It's the worst one I've ever encountered for learning web. I put 40 people through through responsive web design. Did I turn my camera off on accident? I'm sorry, guys. Oh boy, I'll have to put myself back in this on the screen there. There you go. I must have taken it off somehow. That was weird. Give me a sec. Thanks for the reminder. I'll clip that out. So let me just say that live desktop. Why are you off? Okay. Hey, there I am. All right. So, let's do this again. We'll put you first, then we'll do you, then we'll do you. So yeah, let me just say, I'm not going to make any friends here, with Free Code Camp, and there are some good stuff. There is some good stuff on Free Code Camp that you can consider. But I can tell you right for as a matter of objective observation that it will not teach you web design. You will not be able to make a web page after you finish it, and they will claim otherwise. But and they can blame it on me or whatever they want to do. But I took 40 people through it, and after them, I gave them a very simple objective. Okay, your task right now is to go make a web page, and none of them could do it. There's actually one person who could do it because he did my HTML page challenge before doing Free Code Camp, and he was able to do it. The biggest problem with Free Code Camp, I'm just going to net it out for you, is it's missing the middle piece. Remember we said comprehensive and then fun challenge kind of projects, and in the middle are the repetitive tasks that help you memorize things. And Free Code Camp seems like it's helping you to memorize everything, but all it's really training you to do is to figure out how to beat that current thing and get on to the next thing without any repetition between levels. And you end up moving forward, and you think you're progressing, and then you get this nice fancy certificate, and you're full of Dunning-Kruger effect because now you're going to go try to do something. You can't even make a web page. I was so upset by that when I went through that because I had busted my butt with these people, helping them through 2 months of that. And it took them 2 months because they were doing about 1 or 2 hours a week. and they weren't using it anywhere. They weren't applying it anywhere. And actually, there was somebody who raised the issue on one of their forums, and the answer was, well, obviously this isn't enough for you to learn web development. Well, then why did you give me a certificate? Why did you give me the impression that I knew what I was doing? So there is a lot of great content on FreeCodeCamp. The JavaScript content in particular is really good, but the really big danger if you're going to go through FreeCodeCamp is the assumption that you're actually learning something that without being able to put it into practice. If you can't put that what you're learning into practice regularly, and if you cannot figure out how to, and I am obsessed with teaching you stuff that is actual real tools that are going to teach you how to make something that you can so after you look, to me, the expectation was after I finished that, I should be able to ask them to make their own profile webpage or to make their own book report, for school. And they should be able to do it without having any hand holding at all. And none of them could do it. Bottom line. So if you can't tell, I am a little bit, spun up about that because it really annoys me, because that kind of educational material that's built by somebody who just got out of a boot camp and thought, hey, it'd be a good idea for me to go boot camp. That's the story of FreeCodeCamp in general. That just doesn't fly with me. It just doesn't fly with me, because I want you to have actual skills and be able to demonstrate them. I don't want you to get some stupid certificate that says you know it and then have you not be able to make a simple web page. All right. To get into coming from a JS background. Yeah, well, they're all good. I'm just catching up here. What about MDN docs? Okay, well, let's talk about this. These are good questions. And these are really good that we ask these questions right now. This is why I have an interactive forum. So please feel free to ask these questions, guys. They're talking about Microsoft Developer Network documentation. And I'm going to say at one point it was my official recommendation to go to Mozilla's documentation. And it is pretty dang good. The problem is that it's wiki content. And therefore you have like competing opinions. You have differing voices. You have one person that says one thing and another person that says another thing. All of the negative things that apply to a wiki apply to MDN. And I have done other write-ups and stuff, but let me just net out the reason that I think books still have a place in our society. And this was something that I discovered because, I feel like books are the biggest danger. So let's talk about books versus wiki for a second, because that's what MDN is. Okay. So, and maybe I'll call this out as its own little snippet or clip or something. So, this is also the reason, by the way, that I'm really still actively pursuing something called the Knowledge Net, which is, collaborative documentation that comes from somebody with a single voice. So books versus wikis, right? Books versus wikis or Udemy or something like that. When you're seeking a comprehensive resource, when you're seeking a comprehensive resource, you're seeking for consistency. You're seeking for quality, and you don't, you just want to have somebody lead you through it. And that's the best advantage of a comprehensive resource, whether it's a video or it's a book. Those are the two forms we most encounter right now. Or it's a course, a course. This is one of the reasons that courses are still very valid, I think, as long as you don't break the bank to take the things. Because they do lead you through it, in an organized way. That's the whole point of a course and the whole comprehensive part of education. Certain parts of a course like that are really ridiculously boring, and you're like, man, I wish I could just try this out. And so that's where you have to do, the challenges and the fun projects that go along with it. So again, this is all discussed in the autodidactic habits, module series that I did. Comprehensive, fun, and repetitive. And you actually also have to set up your own exercises so that you can say, okay, I just learned how to make a page, but I'm not done. Now I need to make a page several times in a row without looking less and less and less until I've mastered the skill. Obviously, the skill is going to decline as it's first day that you stop doing it, but you have to at least master the skill before you abandon it. And books won't tell you to do that, but let's stick with the book versus wiki thing. So the single biggest thing I learned about wikis, and I had this problem because I actually thought I had here's the story. You guys know I like my stories, right? So here's the story. Hey, okay. So the story goes like this. I thought that I found, I thought that I had found this amazing resource for Bash scripting. It's really, really, really hard to find a beginning to end comprehensive modern resource for Bash. And if you have any, let me know. We're going to go through the Bash man page, actually. And I'm going to come back to that. So, but the story goes like this. I found one, and I was reading through it, and I was like, oh, this is great. You know, if somebody as young as 12 years old could read through this and be fine. And then all of a sudden, boom, there was a contradiction to something that was said just 2 paragraphs ago. And what had happened is the person editing the wiki had made the change there, but not made the change in the other area of the document, because they didn't read the whole document, because all they wanted to do was get that one thing changed. They wanted to get themselves in the wiki, and they didn't really care about the overall quality of the material. And that is the biggest con against any wiki resource. Wiki resources, people argue about whether they're reliable or not. That's definitely, an issue. But the bigger issue is that there's no quality control. There's no consistency. There's no single voice that you get with an author in a book or a video or a YouTube series or any of these things. You have to adapt to multiple authors with different vocabularies, different target audiences, and different levels of dedication to the content. And that is always going to be a problem with a wiki. There's just no escaping that. And once I realized that, and then I also realized I had hit that problem on the Mozilla Developer Network, which is also a wiki, I was like, man, you can cherry pick content out of here, but it's only slightly better than Stack Exchange. And I know that's really saying something to some of you, but I was like, because it's, some of it's accurate, some of it's not, some of it's modern, some of it's not, but none of it is written with a specific type of person in mind. And that's super important to me. And I believe that a lot of, us technologists could learn to communicate with one user in mind, with one author in mind, and that's a problem. So when it comes down to MDN, yes, it's a fine resource, but it's not consistent. It's not written for a specific audience, so be careful of that. And it's got that going against it. For that reason, I like to stick with the number one resource. Now, books, on the other hand, have a massive, massive flaw. They're always out of date. And it's almost impossible for me to get through some books because they are so out of date. So, especially tech books. Having an up-to-date tech book is almost an oxymoron. It's impossible to keep it. This book, Learning Web Design, Jennifer, fantastic author, has amazing content in here, had never heard of Jamstack. And now people are all Jamstack's mainstream. It's like that. And I mentioned to her on Twitter, to her credit, she responded. She goes, oh yeah, I'll be happy to put that in the next edition. So when you make a book, you're like, the amount of effort that goes into a book, which is what makes it have such high quality, good editing, common voice, beautiful illustrations, all of those great things are hard to maintain, because immediately if something changes, you have to go back in there and change the whole thing. So I believe that the perfect form of written documentation for learning documentation is someplace between that. And I also believe that has not been invented yet. And I would very much like to do that. That's what my Mimir, my MIM Knowledge Network initiative is about. My RWX.GG is about that. This is facilitating individual authors, to create content that they own rather than write collective content, so that even if they have one or two authors involved, you still have the speed of a wiki, but you now have the attention to quality and target audience, hopefully, that you would get with a single author. So I still think that there is an electronic medium out there waiting to be invented and deployed, and I'm working my hardest on my own time to make that happen, that fits between a wiki. You see this all the time. You see this in tech and GitHub and stuff, where people make READMEs and then they make GitHub repos that are just all of the content. It's sort of managed like a wiki, but not really, because it's also versioned. But more importantly, it's got that idea of a book. Yeah, you also have like digital books that are popping up, and Gitbook and all that. They all have problems that I don't want to get into here. But so let's get back to the content. But I think it's probably worth mentioning all of this, because this is going to justify my selection of this book. Now, not right away, but in addition to this book as a comprehensive resource, we are going to go over WhatWG, which is the definitive HTML source, period. And it's written very specifically for a very specific target audience. It has surprisingly comprehensible examples in it. So I find it very, very useful. Is it the best resource for maybe showing a 12-year-old or a college student? Maybe not, but it is definitely the definitive resource. And in it explains things like, you know what, B is okay to use, the bold tag, and a bunch of things that other people might not know. And I continue to discover things that are documented in the manual, you know, the Bash manual, W3, that are not contained in other books. So since we're talking about comprehensive education here in this particular realm, we're definitely going to bring up those other resources, and MDN is one of them. So I'm glad you brought that up. That's a lot to say, but I do believe that needs to be said, because this is our first time we're turning to the use of a book, and I really just want to justify that. This will become that whole conversation will become even more relevant when we do Head First Go. I'm kind of hoping Head First Go gets updated before we do it, because it's really, really behind. It's pre 1.13 and they're on 1.15 now. Okay, what should I recommend for someone in high school to learn HTML and CSS? My sister is trying to learn front end for a project, and I recommended Free Code Camp. I'm telling you right now, learning web design. There you go. It walks you through it very nicely. I think Free Code Camp is a mistake. If you're going to do Free Code Camp, make sure it's not the only thing. Respect. Did you fix it? I don't know what that means. Greg, you're gonna have to fill in. I'm catching up here. Harry, oh wait, what about Linda at LinkedIn? I don't know. I haven't read their content, but again, if it's comprehensive and it's from a single author who's reputable, I would recommend it every time above, even if you have to pay above a random wiki or a random free thing that claims to cover all the bases, which obviously doesn't. Let's see. Also, W3 Schools is the worst. Okay, we're going to talk about W3 Schools. There's a fun story about that. I'm glad you brought that up. And I'm going to catch back at, you said you found a discrepancy between two paragraphs in the Bash wiki, and I was curious if it fixed it. No, I didn't. I blew a gasket, and I went because I couldn't. And you know what else I did? I made a submission to the MDN a couple times too, and they accepted all my submissions because they didn't cover editors. There were things that were missing. So, you have to make a choice. Do I focus on contributing to what I think is a failing way to learn a thing, or do I focus on, other successful ways that I personally have experienced? And again, these are all these are just my personal opinions on this. I'm bringing you my experience. You may have had radically different experiences with these things. Do not just take my word for it. Go out and explore. You're your own boss when it comes to learning. We covered that in the autodidactic thing. I am just yet another voice, and I'm just sharing with you my experiences about how I've helped people learn these things and how I've learned them. Let's talk about the W3 Schools before it scrolls up. W3 Schools, he's referring to this site right here. It's almost always the first site when you search for any kind of HTML tag. This particular site has had quite a bit of controversy around it over the years. And it's kind of a fun little history that I'm going to go ahead and talk to you about, because not a lot of people know the history. This is a cultural thing that is not documented anywhere. But watching W3 Schools over the years has been somewhat entertaining. So here's how the story goes. So W3 Schools came out, and they've been around since '98, and they came out and they pretty much dominated everything. Everybody went here. It was the only thing that was, I should probably go all the way back, and I will tell you how I learned the HTML and CSS and how it led to my career in web development and technology, and how I became, the CGI guy for Teleport, and then later on the Nike webmaster, the internet webmaster, and then on the Nike.com team. And I was able to cover the Olympics in Nagano by making the first live blog for Nike from scratch in Java. I did a concurrent chat application in Java. I've been around the block when it comes to the web technology. But around that time, W3 Schools came up because, there was no documentation in the reference. I had to learn it by reading the spec. I learned how to read RFCs. You guys don't know what those are, and you don't need to worry about it. But just imagine if you had to read, and I read other people's web pages, and I made my own notes and documentation because there was nothing else. So I just wrote it down so I could learn it. And I remember the first time I saw a page with a background tag, and I was like, what? And at that time I had not seen it in any spec. So I went ahead and wrote it down. And because I kid you not, because I was able to do that, it was one of the things that caught the attention of the people that I applied for when I helped FiberNet make their first website. And here they are. They're still a company. I was their webmaster and director of sales when they first started. That logo still gives me great joy every time I see it. It's pretty cool that they're still in business. I was working for them in '97 before they had a turnover, and basically told me my stock didn't matter anymore, which is a long story. I'll stay for another day. So, but anyway, so W3 Schools came around about that time. Another couple things did too. Yahoo. I remember when Yahoo was a bookmarks list, and I keep kicking myself all the time for not having had the sense to start doing that, because I might have been the one who ended up with the venture capital or whatever. And I was there. Building all this stuff. And W3 Schools was always profiteering from the idea that they could put all of their HTML and stuff out that. Now, and then they basically dominated all of the search engines in Google and Yahoo for years. And this became a problem because they didn't update their stuff. Their stuff got really, really out of date. And I don't remember the year, but because it was so bad, there was a coalition. Is that the right word? Coalition? Yeah. There was a coalition of web developers and organizations that came to go against them. And they created w3fools.com. And W3 Fools, they had to add this little thing here to say use something else, right? When W3 Fools was launched in 2011, the state of documentation for web developers was poor. I would argue that it still is to a large degree. This site documented many content errors and issues with the W3 Schools website. The Mozilla Developer Network was around, but it did not have much support at the time. And as I've said, it still has problems. Today, W3 Schools has largely resolved these issues and addressed the majority of the undersigned developers' concerns. For many beginners, W3 Schools has structured tutorials and playgrounds that offer a decent learning experience. Do keep in mind, a more complete education will certainly include MDN and other reputable resources, and that's where I agree completely. There are many resources to go to. I'm really surprised they didn't list the WhatWG specification itself, which is chock full of examples, and is the specification that browsers makers follow for making browsers. And so let's talk about that a little bit before we leave the W3 Schools. I want to move to I've talked about the spec a lot, so I do want to show you that before we get into the book. Any other stuff here? Let me set you guys in chat mode so I can go catch up. Any other commentary on that? Let's see. So while W3 Schools used to be one of the worst, it's gotten better. It's like Stack Exchange, right? When you do a search, how many times is Stack Exchange going to have the answer, right? 9 times out of 10, the result of Stack Exchange, and you shake your head at 10 of the comments because they're all completely wrong. And, the answer number 6 is the best one almost always. And you're looking at it, and you're like, man, I wish they would update. I wish they would fix this, but you just accept it, get your answer and move on. And that's how I feel about W3 Schools as well. I end up landing on W3 Schools all the time for Flexbox and different things just because it's the easiest hit. And, I don't particularly care that I'm giving them credit with the hit. And I'm not going to go dig through MDN, which by the way has horrible searching, in order to find those answers. That's why MDN is not on the top anymore. It's starting to get more on the top, but its SEO isn't very good. And I think I'm going to get hate mail for that, but whatever. I like how 12-year-olds and college students are in the same bracket. Lol. I did say that, didn't I? Yeah. You gotta understand the 12-year-olds I deal with. Okay. Are college students. Respect. Yay. OSIC, we're doing Head First Go. Nice. I just ordered it. Yeah. Head First Go is out of date. So if you can wait on it, and if you don't want to do it right away, you might be able to, somebody needs to reach out to Jay and see if he's doing it. Jay, if you're out there and you run across my videos, man, I love your book. Your tone is fantastic. Get us an updated one because it would be great. I don't know why that's not happening. It might actually be happening. We just need to ask him. It's one of those things on Twitter. I should probably reach out to him and do. I might even do it here with you guys. with y'all. I need to stop saying you guys. Please don't be offended if I call you a guy. I'm from a different time, and I'm trying to get my pronouns right and everything, and I don't mean any disrespect. All right, Osik, let's see. Shivam says, you don't know JS by Kyle Simpson. Run screaming from that book and from Kyle Simpson as an author. I am going to publicly denounce him. He is a disastrously bad source of information. And I normally don't speak that strongly about a person or an organization or a work, but do not read anything from Kyle Simpson until you have thoroughly learned web design and you want to torture yourself with a horrible book, a horrible resource that is exactly full of the hubris you'd expect from somebody that names itself You Don't Know JS. I do not like Kyle Simpson, and I will do everything in my power to keep you from reading anything he has to say. Okay, there. I said that very as politically correctly as I can. Stay away from You Don't Know JavaScript. There are so many better resources. When we get to JavaScript, we'll talk about resources, but the first easiest one is the JavaScript Way, which is golden. The JavaScript Way. Somebody brought that to my attention. It's written by Baptiste, an author in France. It's very minimal. It's very direct. It doesn't fill your head full of crap you don't need. It just focuses on modern JavaScript. And then if you want to go beyond that, and since we're talking about resources, and you kind of pull this into the JavaScript thing, the second one, best one, is Eloquent JavaScript. It's a more detailed, more technical approach. That's been crowdfunded, and it's absolutely free. It's Creative Commons. It's just not even going to talk about all the craziness that Kyle does with his free resource. And the third thing is Learning JavaScript, which is a for-profit book from O'Reilly. Stay away from definitive JavaScript. It hasn't been updated. I don't think it ever will be, actually. It's just too much work to keep it up to date. And after you've read all of those resources and even the JavaScript spec, then maybe consider Kyle's stuff, because if you want to go do that. But just please don't go there. Okay, yeah, the discrepancy. Wikis is a full-time job, no doubt. They've been around since 98. Well, yes. Yes, this is true about W3. We used to be the only thing, and MDN was pretty much incomplete. This is true. A lot of content taught bad practices and outright wrong because of a lot of content was Rust. This is my fear for you. It's a fear because I've seen it. I've had to unteach things to people, like things like, oh, there's nothing wrong with var, or you should use the function keyword for everything in JavaScript. And there are so many problems with that in modern JavaScript that I just don't want to even get into it right now, because I'll get kind of spun up, and I don't want to. I'm already kind of agitated. So let's get on with it. Let me have a little coffee and break. I know I need coffee to calm down. What's wrong with me? All right. So, hey, Kamikaze. Archive W3 Fools. Did you find it? There you go. Good for you. The archive that goes into why W3 Fools was started in the first place. Yeah, they were mad, man. The people who wrote the W3 Fools page were upset. I'll just update their materials after. Respect for making the effort. Pronouns, Rob. Yeah, I'm trying. What's that data by Head First Go? I don't even know where to begin. It covers a pre 1.13. So this is, we'll talk about this right now, but already read ES6 book from Sam. I got more confused, and I don't get modern JavaScript. Thank you for making my point, Harry. Just stay away from it. It'll confuse you unnecessarily. Go try the JavaScript way. The JavaScript way is bare bones simple, and it takes you through the minimum you need to know without getting you into the deeper parts and all that other stuff. I don't even think Crockford's JavaScript, the good parts, is relevant anymore. In fact, it's completely ancient. So don't touch that one either. JavaScript is actually full of a bunch of bad resources, because JavaScript and Go have been, Rust for that matter. You know what? I'm going to give Rust props here. Rust has kept their documentation very up to date, and from what I was able to determine. And I got to tell you, their online books are very well done. Now, their cargo site is JavaScript only. For the cargo documentation, it's a different issue. But the Rust community has done a really good thing. I think they have some really great writers on their team, because their documentation has been really, really sharp. The JS Way, yep, that's the one. We'll consider your voice before recommending to anybody. It helps a lot. Look, you can read the book. Obviously, I can't stop you from reading it, but I'm just telling you, I have run into more than one person who has been more confused by that book, by Kyle's book, than anything else. And I just I don't want to say more about that because it just makes me sound mean. So there was there was something somebody referred to I wanted to mention. Blah, blah, blah. Where were we? Head First Go. Yeah, so Head First Go doesn't cover anything before 1.13, anything after 1.13, and 1.13 was very significant. It added Go mod init and caching and a bunch of other major things. In fact, you can kind of argue that Go before 1.13 really doesn't sort of exist anymore. And the fact that that book is entirely based on that, I've been going through it recently because I wanted to just vet out some of that stuff. And there are many sections of that book which are very relevant. And I'm reading it and I'm going, my God, Jay's got such a great voice here. He's so good at writing and explaining this stuff. Please update it. Info compared to Kernighan's book that I found the info in. Right, Raritan. And Kernighan's book is disastrously, horribly written. So this is another Go book. Kernighan himself wrote a book about Go. I actually pre-ordered 25 of them. They went on to become the part of, I understand they were part of the textbooks at Stanford about Go programming. And it's written by a programmer. It's not written by somebody to help you learn Go. It has kind of the same sense of like, the C book, the standard C book. So it just depends on how you like your books. And I like my books really approachable, that have crazy, silly things in them that are scientifically proven to help you remember them better through mnemonics. This is how people remember. Is you look at these like memory competitors, the way that they remember these long numbers is they do these elaborate fantasies in their head that relate to the numbers. And so the Head First series actually buys into like that idea, and they make deliberately kitschy, crazy things associated with the concepts so that your brain will remember them better. And this is proven to help your memory retention. I actually stumbled into this method without even knowing it was a thing when I started SkillStack in 2013, because I just wanted to make something interesting for the largely younger kids. And so we used Minecraft. We coded 9cat for loops. We coded the badgers. We went on and got all these memes, and then we wrote code related to the memes and got as silly as possible. And to this day, I have people that were there come up to me and say, I am so glad that we did these mini projects related to these memes, because I still remember, Bridgekeeper was if-then statements, or whatever, because they are able to associate, something really silly with an important concept that they want to recall. The books like Kernighan's book or even W3, these books have the information in them, and they sometimes have exercises that'll help trigger your memory, but they don't use these other very well-established learning practices of memory association to help those principles stick in your brain in a fun, great way. And the Head First series has just like doubled down on that idea, and that's why I like it. But to a seasoned technologist who's used to reading overly pompous and bombastic crap from academics, they will come off as simplistic and and they'll get very pedantic about the value of a book that has a silly 1950s advertising reference, or makes a really horrible pun, because they don't care, because it's obviously not to their standards. And I absolutely look down for the guy that wears sorry, but to the guy who wears like hats all the time, including like crazy Santa hat. I really associate well. I really agree, because I've personally observed that the sillier it is, the more you'll remember it, even if you can just laugh off the silliness for whatever reason it's there. I also believe that we talked about the three areas, comprehensive, repetitive, and fun in learning, the learning methods. This is why I think you should really not be silly in your fun stuff. This is why I call it over-engineering. And if I actually do make a book series, that's what it would be. It would be over-engineering for learning or for fun. It would be making otherwise simple things like a tic-tac-toe game like Julia Cervic has made, as crazy as possible, using the most over-engineered things possible and making fun of over-engineering so that you know what over-engineering looks like when you end up doing it, but at the same time you're actually learning. Rob, lighting more books on fire than the Library of Alexandria. Look, if you want to read those books, you can. That's the really great thing. We live in a society where there may be people who want to I've heard a lot of good things, for example, about Kernighan's book. There are a lot of people who really like it, and that's fine. I've actually heard a lot of people really swear by Kyle's book, and I so strongly disagree with that. But thank God we live in a world where we're not actually burning books, right? Book from Carl. What about the Little Go book from Carl? The Little Go book is good. It's just not enough, Harry. So it's not nearly enough. It's a good intro, but you know what really frustrates me too is how many people go to, we're supposed to be talking about web development, but so many people go to the Tour of Go and they get totally confused. And if you go look at the Tour of Go source code, almost all of it is still under development. It hasn't even been finished. And I'm like, why is this the number one resource for Go? So Go suffers from, and believe me, I have talked about this with people who actually know publishers, and I've been thinking, there needs to be another book here. But the truth is, the Head First book is the right book. It just needs to be updated. And if somebody wants me to update it and they want to pay me to do it, I'm all about that. I would love to do that. All right. I hate the most experts in any field are awful at writing, teaching. This is true, Brian. The learning material is dense and approachable. It's almost like you need them to write that stuff, and then you need somebody like me, to kind of digest it and and make it so that you can receive it, because it's just not designed for the end user. And they actually, some of them feel like they almost, it's almost like they have this, I don't know, sense of like morbid joy that you don't understand the book that they wrote for you to learn from. Anybody ever run into this, by the way? It's like, have you ever, so, I mean, has anybody ever actually learned, everybody run into this? It's like, there's like some books, it's almost like they take some sadistic pleasure in the fact that you can't comprehend what they're writing a book for you to learn about. And it's almost like they're saying to you, like, you know what? I'm writing this book not for you, the person who's going to learn from the book. I'm writing the book for the institution that's going to buy my book in the thousands and force you to use it. Look, if you want me to rant again, the Dragon book, right? If the thing that really upsets me about traditional academia when it comes to textbooks is the people paying the money for the textbooks are not benefiting from the textbooks, and they have no say in the selection of the textbooks and the consumability. So what do we end up with? We end up with dummy series on the side. Because why? Because the people who are supporting the pompous academic assholes who write these books are not telling them you need to make your book more approachable to the average student. They're telling them, oh, this will make us look prestigious as an institution because we support the publishing of this. I use 10 words where I could use one. God help me if I'm silly in the process, right? Because that's looked down upon. And I'm sorry, I get so much emotion about this very thing because it's part of how come our traditional academic institutions are so broken. They do not cater to the people they're trying to help. They say that they're trying to help learn. They cater to the many people who are paying the money to keep the institution alive and running. And that means that you get books that are overly complex. I'm not against having somebody write an academic book for academics and knowing that they are the target audience. PhD students in mathematics, they should be reading this book and they should know that. But if you are being forced to read one of these books as a beginner and digest its denseness, I just think that's unfair. And by the way, that kind of is a nice segue to come back because Jennifer's book, her voice, her tone, her approach is 100% designed for the average, 12-year-old to college student to comprehend and to read and take in. It's very conversational. It's very dialogic, to use Paulo Freire's word. And it just makes me just warm to know that somebody like her could be so successful with a book that is designed it's very thorough. It's considered, one of the, if not the definitive resource on web design and development. It's very close to it. And yet it is still approachable, fun, beautiful, and and it's going to be really fun to go through it. So I'm looking forward to go through it. Let's get back on topic here. I don't think you're harming your learning by reading Head First Go. No, I think Head First Go is fantastic. There's a little bit of most of Head First Go is accurate. The only stuff that's going to be inaccurate is the stuff related to setting up your environment using a module and all the stuff about GoPath. So that's all I want to say about that. Let's see here. What are your thoughts so much on syntactic sugar over JavaScript coming out after 2016, like ClassSec? We're gonna talk about that, particularly the class word. Yeah, I have mixed feelings on that particular one, but we'll talk about that. By the way, the JavaScript way covers that beautifully. It takes you through, and then by the way, you can add a class word here, which is it's perfect. The JavaScript way covers that concept of classes very well. So please take a look. I just learned to code and go. Okay. Did you answer Bryce's earlier question? I don't think I did. Whoops. Yes, there's a huge project in academia. Yeah, you can get through the Dragon Book. Everybody independently said the Dragon Book was unnecessarily complex. It's also, you know what? It's becoming irrelevant, which is interesting. Peg is making many parts of the Dragon Book irrelevant, and I kind of like that, actually. You go, Brian. Go, Brian Ford. He's just taking on these big, big boomer icons in the computer science academic world head on and saying, you know what? We got memory and infinite look ahead. Deal with it. And it's just so great. I just love it. Sometimes they use bid words just to confuse you. It's completely annoying. I doubt anyone likes overly formal writing. That is superior. That is super concise. Yeah, smart people try to feel smarter by confusing everyone else. What is wrong with that? Let me just say here, rather than point a finger at somebody else, if I ever start to do this, somebody slap me. Somebody do a Davey 504, slap me, okay? Because if I ever start to become that way, I want to slap. You need to slap me in line, okay? It's even worse in the other STEM fields, but it happens in CS2. It does. I can't imagine in mathematics. It must be really hard. The dummy series, yeah, so much emotion. Like the passion for the system. You know what? Look, the system is the best we got. So it's not so much fuck the system. It's let's reform the system. You know what I mean? Let's make our voices known and let's not attack individuals. Let's try to stick with books. I attack Kyle pretty heavily there as an author. He's actually a capable writer and a capable technologist. He just, with his hubris and his approach to that and the content are the things that I'm primarily at issue with. I'm happy to hear, see, you're speaking the truth. RA Head First Go, yeah. I plan on going through the old Head First Go if necessary and filling in the gaps. And that's one of the advantages of doing, live video and stuff like that is I can fill things in. I'm going to be doing it with this book as well. I figured to set up stuff out myself, and that's not too bad. Yes. Well, yeah. It's also one of the areas that I think the Go team has really dropped the ball. The whole Go mod and it thing, I think it was rushed. I think that they really did not consider beginners. In fact, I would argue that the current directional team for the Go language has abandoned beginners in many ways, and I'm going to get hate mail for saying that. I'm not making any friends on the Go team by saying that, but I think they're making decisions that are not in the best interests of most Go developers. And they're saying, yeah, just take it and like it. And that's concerning me, actually. I just had an experience with that with the proposal. Let's see. To say the Head First series are great resources or only certain ones. The Head First approach is good. We've had great success with the Head First C. Just know this, though, there are definite errors in the writing in at least that one. So you have to make sure you have the link to the errata close to you. If you do go with a book, which I've told you all the reasons I think books are great for comprehensive education, mostly because they are a single voice that you can process, consistently. But you must have the errata for the book right there because a lot of those books are full of errors. Another one is Go in Action. Go in Action has multiple real substantial errors in it. That a couple of which I found on my own, and I said this could be done better like this and this, and I'm not attacking the authors or anything. It's just the nature of auditing books. And speaking of books, by the way, you should avoid anything from Packt Publishing like the plague that it is. Packt Publishing has made a business out of stroking technologist egos into writing a book as fast as possible, not editing anything, beating everybody else out to market on that topic, and confusing the hell out of everybody who reads them. I cannot overstate this enough. Stay away from anything, and I mean anything, from Packt Publishing. Addison Wesley is a good, solid publisher. O'Reilly's pretty reliable. They've kind of gone downhill lately, but they're pretty reliable. Actually, No Starch Press has done a really good job too of making sure they're putting good stuff out. But Packt does not. This stuff, every single book is crap. And this is not a statement about necessarily even the authors. It's just they have no process. I don't know how many times Packt has approached me to make a book. They're like, "Hey, do you want to make a book?" And I'm like, "No." First time I was like, "Well, maybe." I started thinking about it. And they said, "Well, yeah, we need a book. Just make it really fast and get us a book and we'll publish it." So I would rather self-publish than publish on Packt. I think it could actually count against your reputation to publish a Packt book these days. All right. If you want to make a successful book, suffer through RTFM and repeat the information in a way that's readable. Yeah. You want to be an author, learn how to write, learn how to speak to people, take the Bash manual, process the whole thing in another way, make sure you don't leave anything out. Boom, you have a national bestseller. I've been reading Engineering a Compiler lately, and it seems more relevant to modern times. Have not heard of that one. And I actually probably should. I probably put that on my list, Brian. I need to go read that one. Checkmate. Epic. Davey504 is my favorite YouTuber. Yeah, I should probably give that up. He's so freaking talented. It's so funny. And I enjoy music as well. I'm a guitarist though, so he would not. I wish I could slap the bass like him, man. You know what it is? It's his hands. Have you seen his hands? God, he's got the best. I envy Davey504's bass fingers because he can like hit any one. I mean, he's just an amazing artist. So anyway, so I'll probably work that out. And it'll probably work out that I'll be reading through. Well, yeah, right. Packt. We don't want to talk about Packt. More. I read a lot, but I don't share. And that's another thing too. I think a lot of us out there have the capability of writing and could benefit others if we did. And how's it going, Lumjacker? I think if we could figure out a way for knowledge workers to publish their stuff, there's a lot of really good writers among the tech community that are strapped for time. It's funny, I just wrote about that, about how strapped for time I am. And sure, Lumjacker, are you going to troll me? But so I just want to say that is something that I personally want to work on. I wish I could get backing for that, for Mimir, for the Knowledge Net, because if we could actually make that work, then we could create a searchable system where all of us share data, share our knowledge in a way that allows us to be our own curators. But has all the benefits of a wiki or a searchable wiki or a Google-driven internet. So I'm not gonna. It's easy for me to go down that rabbit hole because I believe in it so strongly, and I want to help build that. If you want to help build that, you can take time with me before that. I want to know if you are a web designer or developer. I am. I was Nike's internal web designer and developer, and I do enough web design and development for myself right now. I'm going to go through the book, but I don't do it every day, if that's what you're asking, and I certainly don't make applications every day. One question: no refunds. All right, so we've got so we have this book, and again, my approach to this video series is to, as much as possible, just work through it the same way that you would work through it. And if you disagree, that's fine. If you want to do a different way, if you have your own information about this. So let me cite the tradition of Taniwa, who has way more Kubernetes experience than I do, and he's regularly contributing on the stream, helping us all to move forward. We are a community here, and I just happen to have the mic in the video right now, but I truly consider all of us are kind of going through this together, and some of you are going to be watching the videos after the fact, but I want you to get that feel that you're a part of our community going through and learning it. And I want to really encourage you to reach out to a community, ours or another one. Oh, there's a really good project out there, the Odin project. Have you guys heard about this? I might not agree fully with some of their stances on technology picks, but it's a great project, the Odin project. And this is a specific web development project. It's completely open source. They have their full curriculum here. They have their own support Discord, a community, and a reference manual that I would suggest for the Pandoc. No, I can't. I haven't found anything. So just the Pandoc manual, I read it constantly. So they do full stack Ruby on Rails, which of course is a mouse potato would hit me for saying this, but it's not, it's not a thing as much as it used to be. I'll just put it that way. So they have full stack JavaScript. There's like 32 lessons here. And so just take a look at the Odin project. I haven't gone through it really well. So just know that I've gone through the free code camp stuff pretty deeply, so my opinion is more informed on that. On the Odin project, my initial impression is it looks like a really solid project, if for no other reason that it's community driven, and it's taking response from the. So if you want to hook in with a web development community that's focused on helping beginners, this is a good one to consider. But as I said during my presentation here, this is me as a member of the community, and I'm just going through learning it and doing it. And a lot of times I'm going to play the fool. I found that that's very effective, particularly when teaching young people, I'll deliberately do something wrong like 10 times in a row, and I'll do it and I'm like, okay, let's move on. And I wait for them to catch what I did wrong. So I will do that. I just want to warn you here. I'm going to use that method. There's going to be a lot of times when I'm going to be coding something, sometimes on purpose, and hopefully most of the time on purpose, and sometimes on accident. I'm going to do something completely wrong. And I'm actually counting on the fact that somebody watching me is going to say, Mr. Rob, you can't do that. Because that sort of forced failure, I call it, can be very useful and sort of it's not really Socratic, but it's definitely a way for you to sort of see the difference. So the question is, I invested so much time in learning CSS and building projects in CSS that I can get better. But now I'm seeing these tools like Webflow, which can create websites without writing code, still generating SEO-friendly and clean code. So as I stop learning CSS, I guess it will be replaced with stuff like Webflow. That's a fair question. Let's talk about that for a second. The first question is, should I learn CSS at all? That's kind of implied. Obviously, you should learn it. The second question is, should I go deep into CSS and learn all of its, its steep corners? Should I learn Sass? The things for compiling CSS? Should I learn a tool? And the kind of implied issue here is, and this is a really interesting topic we could talk about all by itself. Is web development going to go the way of PDFs? So once upon a time, I know you guys probably don't remember this, but none of you here would remember this, but PDF is a form of the PostScript format. And I know I'm going to really date myself, but there's probably this one person in the stream who remembers PostScript. So PostScript is a language that contains instructions for how to print a page. And it was at one time a language that everybody wrote. In fact, some parts of it are, I believe, were both based on SGML. I don't even know what that acronym means. Does anybody know? From which HTML came from. And so the point I'm trying to make here is that nobody writes Postgres anymore. We make documents, right? We use our graphics tools. Even if we're a text person, we use Markdown and we run it through Pandoc and we get our PDF, which is, LaTeX and PostScript all combined. But it's very rare that somebody, if ever, is writing PostScript. The only time I know of people doing that is when they want, I know that like tax form people, applications, they'll do a lot of that because they need to make the resulting forms look perfect, and they want to fill in blanks and stuff. So, and that can be done with PDF now too as well, because Adobe pretty much owns PostScript. So there is a very legitimate question about, well, is it worth learning HTML and CSS at all today? Because there are so many other tools for doing all this generation, and I do that too. I use Pandoc. I use Pandoc to create my HTML. Now, if I need to, this is why I think it's still relevant. Because if I need to go in there and doctor up, it's very rare that you're going to do anything in HTML from scratch. It's just not going to happen. There's going to be a template. There's going to be a generator. There's going to be a CSS library. There's going to be stuff that's going to do most of the stuff you want. And the people, people spend hundreds of hours on templates that they sell on PHP websites for HTML5 or for PHP or whatever. And that's where those are the people who are coding from scratch, right? Now, if you need to deploy that template, or you're paid to deploy a template, they say, I got this template, I really want this template, I want to put this in. You need to know HTML and CSS enough to be able to make those changes to the thing, which is why I still think it's valid to learn this stuff, because you need to be able to open up things. And even if you're going into cybersecurity, you obviously have to know it, because that's where you're going to find, the bug bounty holes and be able to get your pen testing sweet money if you're going to do that. So my answer is, yes, you should learn CSS, but you should really ask yourself, what are your end goals in terms of a career? Do you want to be paid to deploy websites? And this actually brings me to another topic I got to write down. I don't want to forget this. We need to go into the future of web development as a career before we get into the book. But I promise we'll get into a little bit of the book tonight. So I hope that answers your question. We will not be going into the deeper parts of CSS, but we will be covering variables and, grid and those kind of things. There's a lot of people who would tell me I'm crazy for doing anything but Tailwind, right? So Tailwind, in case you don't know, you'll definitely hear about it. Put it in. If you're doing your skill stack, how many of you are managing your skill stack, right? Sure. I'm going to just recap the autodidact thing. So over here you have what, right? And you over here is like current and future or need or something. All right. So remember, I'm just reminding you of your skill stack. It doesn't have to be an app. All right. So if I say a word and you don't know it, so I just said Tailwind, right? Tailwind CSS. Like, I don't know what the heck Tailwind CSS is. So rather than feeling like you're getting that you're getting bulldozed by information you don't understand, write it down and say, right now, I am a big 0 and I probably should be a 2 on that. All right. Do this to keep your sanity, because I'm going to be throwing out words, like what's MDN? MDN. What is that? What is MDN? Oh, it's Mozilla Developer Network. Okay. I know enough. I'm probably a 1, but I can be fine with being a 1. So just do this for yourself. You'll end up with your own skill stack so that you can manage these. We're going to be throwing out a lot of this stuff. Here's another one. What is what WG, right? What WG, and it doesn't even have, it's just like tagging game, right? And you can go through it that way. All right. You sent the compiler book I mentioned to Discord GMS. Thank you, Bri. Yeah, you can slow down on CSS and focus more on front-end libraries. Good point. You will learn CSS while making projects in front-end frameworks. Yes. What do you think about that? Hey, Rob, just found you in RWX. Really cool stuff. I noticed Know Thyself involves celebrate your wins brag sheet. But this seems inconsistent with the spirit of learning, non-systematic learning. That's a question for the autodidactic post, but let me go ahead and answer here. I'm not understanding how you think it's inconsistent. Yeah, the brag sheet thing, it's not so much for you to brag to other people. It's for you to brag sort of to yourself. Maybe it's a wrong name. I should maybe reconsider that name, but that's what that is. Know Thyself involves celebrate your wins brag sheet. This seems just sort of the spirit of learning, non-systematic learning. Yeah, it's more of an internal thing, right? Just taking note of it so you can put it in your application or something. That's what that is. We're going to talk about brag sheet a lot more during the Good to Gig series. videos, and that is more related to work related things and not so much learning. So you're right. It might actually not belong in that particular video. It might be better in another one. If you don't know what he's talking about, go back and watch the autodidactic series. There's two videos on that. I suggest learning it, understanding SAS, but not get stuck in layer unless your goal is front-end dev. Yeah, I actually, I've gone so far as I don't even learn SAS anymore. Now that we have variables and grid, you don't need them. You have calc now. There's a bunch of stuff that has come into modern CSS that we're going to get into that is directly inspired by SAS. Same with JavaScript. CoffeeScript is defunct and dead, except for code.org. Code Combat, they use it. Love you guys. But for the most part, some of the advantages of CoffeeScript have leveraged their influence on the standard 2015 JavaScript that we're going to learn. Knowing the underlying technologies isn't a waste of time. Agreed. Have you ever used struct as a zero size to emulate a set and go? Yes. Kernighan mentions it in the book, but the word struct doesn't return a single mention in first go. Yeah, because you would never do that. That is not a practical thing to do at all for a beginner. That is a very advanced concept, and that book Kernighan's book is designed, claims to be for beginners and Go, and it's absolutely not. Future of web development as a career, definitely Thumbtack. Like you found a Thumbtack. Look, you know what? I'm gonna grab all those Thumbtacks from the app. That's a good idea. Wait, I gotta put that down here, and then we're gonna we'll just go back because that's how you guys can do Thumbtacks too. Thanks for answering the question. Hopefully it helps. GM, did you ever use Fireworks to make slices for curved edges? Oh yeah. Oh god. We used to use tables to make rounded corners. I just do not even want to go back and remember that. Yeah, Tailwind CSS. A lot of people claim it's really great. I haven't tried it yet. Bootstrap versus Tailwind. So again, if you're new and you're here and you don't want to know what any of those words mean, write them down in your skill stack so you can go back and research them and improve your score from, we talk about that in the other one. That's how you manage your skill stack. Web dev TPCSD. Yeah, believe me, you have no idea. I actually abandoned web development because it got so bad. I'm not kidding. When XML and XHTML came out, I was done. I was like, no, just give me Perl on the back end and I'll be a system administrator. Thank you very much. I do not want anything to do with this crazy browser war crap that happened in the 90s, early 2000s. And I left it. I couldn't do it. But thank God all of that is settled down. Thank God. Now we have a different problem. Now we have people that don't even bother with HTML. They just make their whole website JavaScript and nobody can see it. So Bootstrap, in case you were wondering, Bootstrap is a technology from Twitter that got really, really popular because it was used to lay things out and it had a consistent look and feel for buttons and things. So it's really easy to add stuff really quickly. Competing technologies, I actually have a really ancient YouTube video on this. It compares Bootstrap and Foundation. Anybody remember this? So Foundation was another one. Systems of laying out your web pages on a grid system were all the rage. And now just the very nature, Harry, that you would compare Bootstrap to Tailwind, which is a fully CSS sort of thing. And it's not particularly, Tailwind is not particularly, based on grading as far as I know. Right. So Tailwind is control over style, not so much layout. Bootstrap was both style and layout. And so I still get people using Bootstrap for the style, but people rarely use Bootstrap. In fact, it would be considered an anti-pattern at this point. I mean, we're now looking at 2 full years of CSS grid support, which was specifically designed to replace and deprecate Bootstrap and Foundation and layout technologies that come from CSS. Again, to the beginners out there, I'm just answering a question here. If that seems like it's over your head, please do not get frustrated. Write those terms down. We're going to go back to square one. I'm just answering a couple of initial things as we get going here. Rob, when you get a second, can I throw you a softball bash question? Well, it's not right now. That is not how you do regular expressions, my friend. Get rid of the quotes. Get rid of the quotes. Also, yeah, you would, yeah. You can be web dev and not write CSS and HTML. You absolutely can. But it's application. Okay, so I don't know when to talk about that. So I might have to talk about that sooner rather than later. I'm debating about whether I should go ahead and talk about it right now. I'm going to talk about this. Um, and you guys got to protect me from going down rabbit holes on this one. Okay. I do want to get to the book. What time is it? 1:14. Okay. What I'm about to talk about is the reason that there is so much turmoil on the web right now. And I believe this topic for the next 5 to 10 minutes is perhaps the most important topic with regard to the World Wide Web, period, and the future of the World Wide Web. And I often rant about this, so I'm going to explain it in full here for about 5 to 10 minutes. And I've written extensively about this. You can go to RWX. I'll put a link in there. It's one of my most popular Medium posts. The fundamental problem with the battle that's happening on the web right now, sometimes very, in a very heated way, sometimes it's kind of a Cold War fashion, is between designers and developers, you could say. And designers typically qualify themselves to be HTML and CSS people, and you see them all over and in CodePen.io, which we'll go through in a bit. They're very proud that they can make an X-Wing fly with no JavaScript. All right. So they use CSS and they use HTML, and they think the use of JavaScript is the devil, for good reason. But let's talk about the other side. So you have, and that camp is often called the HTML, CSS, JS camp. And then you have the other camp that is actively pushing for the removal entirely of HTML and CSS from the web. And they would have a world that has only JavaScript, JS. And they are usually developers who are hungry for control of the entire World Wide Web, and they have no problem creating React applications and things like that are completely invisible to anybody who does not have JavaScript. They think that is the future, and that we should just abandon HTML and CSS and everything should be JavaScript. Now, I've told you the two extremes. And the problem with this classic battle between these two web, good people on the web, is that they are actually fighting over things that they don't need to fight about if you can learn to categorize the web. So probably the most important thing I'm going to say in this whole video is to learn to look at any development that is going to land in a web browser in a way that allows you to, as an architect, say you're in charge of your company's website. Okay, you have your developers and your designers, and they're battling over how to make your website. And you are the CTO, you're the head developer or whatever, and your job is to make sure that you have a consumable resource that everybody can use forever. So you don't care about the fight. You're not even a technical person. All right, and this is how you should approach it. If you look at the World Wide Web, there's actually, I would argue that there's 4 main parts of the web. You have what I call the document web, which is fundamentally HTML based, but not entirely, but mostly. You have the app web, which is, of course, the JavaScript thing, and WebAssembly is now a part of that, and Flash was a part of that. And then you have the broadcast web. The broadcast web, people forget that YouTube and Netflix and Twitch are all web technologies. They're all web. They use streaming and stuff, but at their core, they are web technologies. They're like, wow, right? Here's something. So Electron is all web technology, right? GNOME, the entire GNOME desktop, I learned last week, the entire GNOME desktop is all JavaScript. The whole thing. I was like, I never knew that. It's like, apparently there was a big break over GNOME 3 because of it, because Linus refused to be a part of the team anymore. I'm just re-reporting what I heard. And then the fourth, and half JavaScript, I guess, GNOME, yeah. And then the fourth area, which I believe is rapidly emerging, is the conversational web. A lot of people don't know. All your we made a story game engine that actually will read you the text. So we have the conversational web, and that is the web that is, more in line with conversational interfaces that is not necessarily even graphic at all. So if right. So if you look at the web in that way, if you look at the web being divided into multiple different platforms, so what I call the web platform is all of that combined. That's the web platform. But if you can have the discipline as a CTO or designer, someone who's actually developing software, I mean, for example, progressive web apps, right? These are designed to be applications. So why is this important? Because if you can learn to distinguish what you produce and publish for your site or your company or yourself and your personal portfolio, and you can do so in a progressive way, that's why I put progressive in the title, you will be fine. The problem is that when you start to design a document web component of some kind and you cross over and you use an application, like let's not pick on React for right now. Let's pick on Flash, because everybody loves to pick on Flash and it's dead. Let's pick on Flash for a bit. Okay. A lot of people put their bios and their blogs and their documentation into Flash apps. And what's the natural end game of that? Where does that go? Anybody want to say? If I put all of my company documentation inside of a Flash app, what happens to it? If it's public, is it going to get searched? No. Right? Okay, 5 minutes. I'm done with this rant. This rant's done, and now I'm asking for feedback. Picking fights with dead horses. It's easier than the new ones. So React is the same way, right? So React, they have these technologies they claim that can allow hydration so that search engines will still work. None of them work. They say they work, but I can show you instant after instant on the JavaScript sites and search mailing list. That is a perfect example of somebody throwing their enterprise website in the trash because somebody on the design team they hired made a decision, and now they're left with to pick up the pieces because the people who made the site are gone. So you, by the way, you don't want to be that developer, right? Because they will never forget you if you do that to their site. It doesn't, right? Please enable Flash. My point is this: there's not a problem mixing application components and documentation, pages we'll call them, as long as you keep a nice clean seam between those two. But if you want examples of places that do not do that, go look at the Cargo website. So we went out to a Cargo website. The entire site is full of documentation about a cargo image. And the whole entire page is rendered as a React app that can't be viewed in anything but JavaScript for one reason alone: the graph that's dynamically generated at the bottom about usage. And so some design team has decided to throw away the progressive value of having a documentation page that will show without JavaScript. They've decided to chuck that in the trash, and we looked at it. It doesn't even show up on the web archive. Because why? Because of one widget in the page. And if you want to know why I love Vue so much over React, it's because it embraces progressive enhancement. It doesn't make your whole page into an app. And I know React people are going to say you don't have to do it that way, blah, 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 but almost every time it is done that way. In the case of Vue, you can say, okay, I have a web page, and I am describing a table of data here, and I have this component in the middle, and I want to add this. I want to have this like fun interactive graphic widget, right? My content is not dependent on the graph, right? My content is supplemented progressively by having the graph. If I have JavaScript support, great. Load the Vue library, load my component, but do not deny me the table that's under it and the paragraphs of information that are around that will all happily be searched without any hydration attempt or any of these other things that you might end up doing. So the moral of the story of this rant is, as you become, this is actually very relevant to the title of this book. This book is called Learning Web Design. And you'll notice, actually, if you hold the book to its side, it has color coding about, all the different content. And the section on JavaScript, Jen's so funny. Jennifer, I love you. I just want to say, she when she gets to the JavaScript stuff, she's like, I don't know anything about JavaScript, so I got somebody else to write about it. It's just so awesome. And then, she has somebody else come in and write for that section. And, she just owns this. She's a designer, and she's a phenomenal, good designer. So no, I didn't miss the release, silly boy. I'm not going to play it. So my point on this is that Learning Web Design is named Learning Web Design for a very specific reason. This book is heavy on HTML, CSS, color design theory, image creation, SVGs, layout. It's heavy on the design element. which includes coding, and it's very light on the application side of things, like the JavaScript stuff, other than to tell you, hey, here's the JavaScript, and here's how you manipulate the DOM using JavaScript. Okay, so believe it or not, this conversation we've been having about the distinctions between the four, categories of web, development on the web platform is very relevant, because learning web design is fundamentally in the document web. And that's where it belongs, if you ask me. And then when we do JavaScript, learn the JavaScript way, we'll be able to, add in the application side of things, and we'll be able to talk about it in that sense. So the one thing to take away from this is start by making documents and add application components. Don't start thinking of the entire thing as if it's an app, unless it truly is. If you're making a Gmail, or if you're making, the next whatever, then those things are applications, and you can, it's totally fine to approach it that way. And that's where WebAssembly would come in. And by the way, WebAssembly is really going to confuse this issue. We're going to, mark my words, on this day, at 1:22 and 56 seconds in the AM on December 13th, Mr. Rob predicted that there will be people producing blogs which cannot be read unless you have the WebAssembly component for your site. Mark my words, it will happen, because there are people out there who don't care and think that that's totally okay. And that if that happens, that will be the beginning of the end. All right, let's go down here. So people forget stuff faster than you think. Please enable Flash. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. We're not going to talk about Flash right now. I can't talk about it net rationally. Next.js is nice. A lot of people like Next.js. There are a bunch of things out there that are designed to generate HTML and CSS, and they use JavaScript and Go to do that. That's called static site generation. There's a kind of a cousin of that called server side generation, which we won't talk about. Flash is nice. I like programming ActionScript. A lot of people did. Yeah. Server-side rendering on React for SEO purposes, and you failed. I'm sorry, Kamikaze. Show me your app. I'll show you how it failed. Look, server-side rendering is a big false myth that they are lying to you about. They're lying to you about it. I can show you site after site and case after case in Sites and Search in the JavaScript mailing list that has people hydrating and using SSR and all this crap from Gatsby and everything, and it all fails. And I know that because I got burned by it bad. That's why I'm so pissed. So we looked at that in a previous stream. Did Rob mention if you played Cyberpunk? Nope, we're not going to talk about that. I'm not going to play Cyberpunk personally. I have stuff to do. I won't spoil any bugs. Don't worry. A few bugs apparently I haven't. Yeah, I just don't. I've already read a couple of reviews, and I was already kind of meh on it because I'm not into shooting humans. That's one of the I'm just gonna own it. That's why I liked Witcher so much. Is I was defending humans for the most part. I wasn't sometimes you're killing humans, obviously, but I'm not killing humans in gross ways for no reason except for to beat the corporation. I just not into that. So how does it hurt the company from doing application web design, just limiting the user base? If I have to tell you why it's bad for you to put your corporate documentation in an application instead of in HTML, then we're not ready to have a conversation. Okay. But just know that you are actively perpetuating the destruction of the web, and that is not hyperbole. Can you recommend a book for improving my JavaScript algorithm solving? I cannot. Don't have any. Actually, Free Code Camp, I've heard, has great algorithm stuff. I will build Go right now. Okay. Not having a good separation between content and implementation is horrible for maintainability. Believe me, I am with you, Brian, on that one. Harry, I am literally making my blog in WebAssembly just to post poems and stuff because Medium sucks. Yeah, well, you shouldn't use Medium. You should make your own website. Just use Pandoc or something and produce your own content. But the end game should be HTML. The end. The code for modern browsers is insane. This is true. Already there. If you use Blazor for client side, you need WebAssembly, but then you have a nice interactive site. Yeah, I mean, you know what? 90% of you out there, maybe 50, are going to write me off as some old guy from the 90s complaining about not liking the new web. And you know what it's going to take? It's going to take you guys going through an object-oriented XML insanity like we went through in the 90s for you to come around and finally say, whoopsie, or a massive insanity for interpreted languages when all of a sudden, including Guido van Rossum, everybody says, we have learned through sad experience that structured, strictly typed languages are better. And there is an entire generation of people who is just thumbing their nose at me right now saying, what's wrong with JavaScript and WebAssembly for documents? It's cool. You know who else said that? Flash developers. Hugo is great. Hugo is fantastic. It's got flaws in my opinion, but that caused me to make my own. I actually started a thing called Huguenot, and then I stopped that project. It's out there somewhere though. But Hugo basically is just Go templates, and Go templates are amazing. So it's just leveraging that. If you can learn how to use Go templates, you can do that. It's a different thing. That's Go. We are going to do backend development, by the way. That is on the slate coming up, and that will be in Go. And we'll do a lot of that stuff in addition to the Head First Go. Multi-web platforms diagnostic is very insightful. Should I cite it for Mr. Rob? Yeah, this is for me. That's my take. I've never read that anywhere else. That is my personal take on it. I you know, if you want to attribute it to somebody, that's who I would attribute it to, but I'm not really necessarily into that. I have a Medium blog on the topic, and I've got some stuff on RBX. If you want to go read that, I can send that to you. Can I just say interactive websites are overrated? I agree too. Like just put the text in the document. Yeah, completely agree. Obviously, I'm going to your website to read something. It doesn't need to be interactive. I largely agree with that. I will say that some of the data visualization from D3 and other methods has been very compelling. So let me give you an example of that. And I don't want people to think that I am saying that anything that has any sort of, widget in it is bad. It's really easy for people to watch me using links every day and hear everything I have to say about graphics to think that I'm throwing all of it under the bus. And let me give you an example to the contrary of that I really support. So during the election, the New York Times had one of the most powerful and effective. So there's two examples of this. The New York Times had an amazing interactive real-time election summary so that everybody could do their own interaction instead of depending on some random news channel to show us what they want to show us in the way they wanted to. The level of interactivity with that specific site was so amazing and so real-time and so insightful that I forever will be a fan of that. Now, would that site show up in a Google search? Probably not. But does it need to? That one didn't need to. It needed to be interactive. It needed to be real time. Here's another one. The John Hopkins, this one, right? We actually learned about it in December or January because we had an ER doc on my stream who just found it and he said, Lennox, I'm in. And some of you might remember this. And he just went off to town. We were studying it when it was a tiny little blip in China. And he actually told us about the John Hopkins interactive site. And we were looking at that thing every day. By the way, that's statically generated. That is not like interactive. It's a statically generated site. So they use that idea of taking something that would have interactive elements in it and then producing HTML out of it and then publishing that or making a picture. Another thing we haven't even talked about is SVG. And one of the really great things about learning web design is that she does take on SVG images head on because they're so valuable because they can be scripted. In fact, it's probably the greatest example of XML to date. I know that, LibreOffice and Microsoft Word use XML, but SVG images use XML. If you don't know what SVG images are, put SVG in your little column right here. Okay. So again, if you feel lost, put those things down. I was confused at the reason I haven't done web design and I would like to know. Yeah, well, this is probably why look, this is another thing too. So I could probably say, can I pick on Brian? Brian, if you happen to come across this, I just know that I love you, dude. Okay. So Brian Ford, the creator of Pagan and a bunch of other amazing things, who by the way is probably one of the world's best creators of academic speak, papers, because he has to, right? He's learned how to do theory and everything. There he is, Brian B4.info. But this is his academic paper. I mean, talking about academia, right? This is a good example of where, overly, this is the PEG specification, by the way, if you were wondering. which I built PegN on. So I see this. I've looked at this document many, many times. I don't know how many times I've read the theory stuff down here, and still it's so dense I have a hard time processing it. But this is a good example of a targeted audience, which is the academic community in computer science. But I bring up Brian because of his website, and I'm going to pick on him a little bit. Okay, so if you, again, Brian, I love you, man. I am so grateful you exist, Mr. Brian Ford. Okay, so I mean, look at this this website. Watch your eyes. I mean, cover your eyes because I'm going to turn off the thing here. So here's Mr. Ford, and there's almost like this there's almost like this unspoken rule that says the more academic you are, the plainer your website is going to be, because you just don't care, right? You just really don't care. Another one is the Pandoc site itself. Pandoc, let me see if I can find it. So pandoc.org. And they finally actually, I mean, this is, I think I've still got my, okay, guard your eyes. Oh God, no, I just can't. The thing I like about the Pandoc site is it's very well laid out, but it's not flashy, right? It's all about, information. It's not so much about the other stuff, but I mean, look at down to the icon. Brian, I love you, dude, but your site, look at his curriculum vitae though. This is the kind of guy who has like no F's to give because he's so meta, he's just so high up there. They're very simple. And, the thing I love about them is that they're like, I mean, look at all these theses he's got. He did PackRat. He wrote the PackRat parsing engine. He's look at this stuff, man. He's written tons of papers on fintech technology. And I mean, this is a true academic right here who has got like, I mean, they say that you can use more than one page for your CV, and don't ever mix up the word CV and resume because this is a CV. A CV is like 10 pages long of all your publications. Look at this. Look at this thing. I'm still going. What am I on? It's like, how long can your CV be? So 16 pages of CV and this website. you know what I'm saying? But he's got his PGP up there, he's got his GPG things up there. And, it's look, blog on random topics. Do I dare? Yeah. So here's the blog. And, he made a site to scale. Yes, he did. But if you know academics, you know that they don't, oh, this is pretty. This is well done. Good job, Brian. I like his font and everything. See how this is another thing. I didn't even know this, but I have this in common with academics. They don't like syntax highlighting, and I've never liked it. I don't do syntax highlighting on mine because it makes it harder to read in a sense like this, where you want every word to have equality in the mind of the reader. And so these are all design principles. I know we're just kind of babbling on this stuff here, and we'll get back on track. But I just really like this. Because I mean, I can show you an equivalent site from somebody who's a designer that in fact, let's actually look at one. So Jen Simmons. So let me show you another website, Jen Simmons, color scheme in my Vim config. Yeah, it's no color scheme, right? Yeah, that's exactly. So, they're just, but to be fair, Let's go look at, I want to do a contrast here. So we've done at least one academic. Back on track. This is the track. So Jen Simmons, she's phenomenal. She's from my generation. I think she's probably my age actually. She works for for Mozilla as far as I know. And she's actually one of the big minds behind many of the things, including, and I'm definitely going to give her the benefit of the doubt and turn my thing off. Oh God, it's still a little bit dark light, but so here is a design professional. How's it going, Tom? So here's a design professional doing, what they do best, right? And she loves to celebrate your eye. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think she even has an optional one. She changed her site. She had Layoutland. Here it is. So Layoutland is pretty fun. Oh wow. So she does stuff on grid basics and Flexbox grid. Excuse me. I didn't realize she had a whole channel. Yeah, Jen, I'm gonna come watch your channel some of these times because she's really good at like specking all of this stuff out. So there's that one, and actually she and the author of the book frequently enter into dialogue on Twitter. Sometimes it's kind of fun to read them. And we talked about why you need to be on social media to follow these kind of people, and these people would be good people to follow. I followed Brendan Eich, who created JavaScript, and I actually had a minuscule little dialogue with him once upon a time, if I can find it. I think it was like 1 or 2 tweets or something. But so she's in the working group, but I just wanted to draw a contrast to the website. So this is somebody who's fundamentally into design. The revolution of here it is. So the experimental layout of open. So she did this just as an experiment, and this shows you grid and Flexbox and what's possible now, and you can just rotate the whole thing. This kind of thing was impossible in the 90s. This is actual HTML. This isn't an image. This is actual all CSS. There's no JavaScript on this page at all, and it's like just really awesome what the variations that she has here to show different ways of doing things. And apparently that's labs.jensimmons.com. So I wanted to contrast different websites before we get into this. It's probably relevant as well. I installed Pandoc, going to remove gaps. So, Pandoc is pretty much all you need for most web development. It allows you to have more control over the end results. I would like to even replace Pandoc with something that operates on HTML templates without the blog centricity of Hugo. And so that's just me. It's also a lot faster. Go is just faster. But those are all back-end static site generation ideas, and we got to come back to the beginner material. I don't know why I'm making it more difficult to read this site. Why? That particular thing was just that particular thing was just an experiment that she did. That wasn't necessarily, I think, how she would choose to have her site consumed. What else we got here? Oh boy, a bot on web server when hell's 3 over. Me writing a bot? No. That's not. Oh, it's a Restream bot. It's different. Silly boy. Good to see you, by the way. I love it because it's minimal. Rob Pike, lol, yes. Color scheme. My website looks the same. Maybe I should update the main page someday. It has more content and it shows. That's cool, Frank. We'll have to take a look someday. Back on track. This is the track. The layout land. You got that. Can it be difficult to find information on navigation menus on these artsy sites? And I agree. In fact, I agree to the extent that I hate them. This is why I use links for everything. You just watch any other of my streams and you'll see me use links all the time, which is a text-based only browser. In the autodidactic series, I talked a little bit about why I prefer links over W3M, mostly because of the layout and being able to just be 100% text focus. And once again, it depends on how the web is being consumed. I don't want to use links to watch a Netflix video. Right? Can't do it. I mean, that's an obvious one, but I don't even, particularly want to participate in a forum of some kind that's got a lot of threads in it using links. There is different uses of the web. And if anything, the designers and developers of these things are forgetting who their target audience is. And one of the great things is look at let's go try Brian Ford's site. I want to show you something here. So if I go to Brian Ford's site with links, was it brianford.info? I think it is. Brian Ford. I think it might be brian.info. I can't remember. Is it links to Brian? Oh, no. What is it? Did I get it wrong? Is it Brian Ford? I think it's bford.info. I think that's what it is. Yeah, there it is. Look at how beautiful that looks in links, right? He's got all this stuff in the top. It's a beautiful link site. And you can actually, I've actually run into engineers who have optimized for links. They'll make the whole page black and they'll use the whole font will all be black. You can't even read it with a graphic browser. Skeezix taught me that trick. One of the first people who taught me. He refused to participate in the graphic web at all. And so he made it so no one could read his site unless you had a text-based browser. You could, select the text if you wanted to read it, but I thought that was funny. So look at how beautiful that page looks, right? There's no need for all of the fancy images and stuff. His site is like wicked fast and easy to search. So yeah. All right. So I'm probably ready to take a break here pretty soon. We've got almost half the time for tonight. Lots of fun introduction though. Hopefully it's been useful. I want Figma to work in links. That would be cool. Eleventy, yes, I love Eleventy as well. It's a JavaScript-based developer. If you're going to do static site generation, you should do it in Go. Period. As far as I'm concerned, I have nothing against people doing it in JavaScript, but if you're gonna go into static site generation, you might as well do it in an effectively speedy way, because then you can. There's all kinds of crazy things you can do with that. You can actually make your website a view of your database and just generate it on the fly. And if you're using something like Hugo or any other Go tool, it generates the new site so quickly that it's faster than server-side caching, that to just generate the whole site over again. It does it in nanoseconds. So there's an emerging change to how data is presented on the web, period, because anything that's like really heavily dependent on a backend service can't be distributed over a CDN. And this is all architecture stuff that's not beginner topics. Beginners, I just want to apologize to you. The chat has really pulled us into more details than I would like to have covered with beginners. But stay with me, okay? We're gonna come back to go through the book, but hopefully this will set the stage for where we can go. I took a look at the iTorm source code and of how it achieves photos in the terminal, and it's a floating Cocoa image. Interesting, really. How did JavaScript sneak into the web and web design? We'll talk about that. I would rather save that whole conversation until we talk about JavaScript when we hit it in the book. But I'll give you a little spoiler there. JavaScript was Brendan Eich very famously says he made it in a week because he was given an ultimatum by his corporate higher-ups to make something interactive. And the reason it's named JavaScript, by the way, is because Java was really hot at the time. You know, what language with a $500,000 marketing budget wouldn't be, right? And the only one, by the way, the only language to ever have a marketing budget in history. And that's why everybody knows about Java. And so the pointy-haired idiot bosses above Brendan Eich said he was going to name it LiveScript, and he's like, no. We gotta ride this Java train. And so they had him change the name to JavaScript, and perpetually confused everybody since then. Because, but he did it because he wanted interactivity. He was a big Lisp fan or Scheme fan, I think. And so he made this language, which is, under the hood is, pretty much Lisp with brackets or something, without the brackets, as Brian Ford says. As Brian Cantrill says. And so we got JavaScript. And everybody hated it because it was buggy, it was unnecessary, it was used to make logos spin. There were no animated GIFs at the time. GIFs were pretty earlier, but back then they were proprietary. They had a license and copyright. You couldn't use them unless you paid whatever starts with F company name. All of that has changed, and JavaScript is now a very, very legitimate language. I suggest modern JavaScript be the first language you use and that you learn. I mean, short of HTML and CSS, which, yes, they are programming languages, and we're going to make that case a little bit later. So Lynx uses font color, yes. Most like we were thinking. Oh, right. Let's see here. What else we got to read? Really? It's just using proprietary ASCII codes for the iTerm thing? Interesting. Going on break. Fish. Rob BRB, what we write? You want the fish on top of your little cafe here? It would be nice if somebody created some software that could create a text-based equivalent of graphics based website so every site can have both. They already have that. That's W3M. There's a couple of attempts at that, actually, silly boy. I'm arguing that you actually don't want that. When you don't want websites, if you don't want the graphics and stuff like that, you actually want just the text, and you want that text to be in a consistent way, as if you were blind. There's a lot of similarity to the way that I browse the web, and a blind person, I imagine, would browse the web. I'm interested in the text in an organized way. The end. If there's an image, I just want to know the image exists. I don't want any modification to my layout. I don't want to blow screen real estate on it. I just want to know, oh, there was an image here. Sometimes I don't even care about the image. In fact, you can turn that off in Lynx. What I want is consistent text experience that is clear to understand and read. This is also, by the way, that all of you people, if you know what I'm talking about, who are using divs instead of tables, you're destroying the web for people. You're destroying it for blind readers and others because tables lay out and divs do not. Divs are not a semantic structure element. Tables are. And these are all things that are going to come out as we go through this book. And they are things that I promise you are not forefront in the minds of most web developers. So nothing more permanent than something meant to be temporary. Yeah, it would be nice if something great. Yeah. I'm sure Microsoft spends a lot of marketing budget for C# as well. Yeah, I would love to know. It'd be fun. It would be like, I would love to see that chart, like the number of dollars spent to market a language, you know, and had a comparison of all of them. That would be a fun, like, data project. Somebody wanted to make that. Yeah. YARP could be implemented in any terminal emulator. No. Does graphics in the terminal. BRB does graphics in the terminal. Oh, it does the rendering. Yeah, there's a couple things that will get creative. The most creative use of this is actually the Term UI, which I'm gonna, if you want to watch me off stream, I'm gonna start using it for my live chat application for graphing, you know, like the number of users and stuff, number of viewers, and it actually uses Braille dots. If you've ever seen GoTop, you know what I'm talking about. It uses Braille dots to do pixel-based, you know, visuals on the screen, and there are similar tools that will actually convert a JPEG into a colored screen, and you can actually see this. And there's even full Doom implementations that just use the terminal. Is grooming new web devs so that links works better? Just kidding. That's not completely far from the truth. If I can influence web developers to make content that's viewable on the link on the links, then I'm all about that. But it's more important than that. It's being an inclusive web developer instead of somebody who make the fucking Pizza Hut site, which lost its court case, thank God. Did you guys ever hear that? You're only going to see me wearing this shirt on the stream anymore because I'm doing like stuff that's going to be saved. So I literally have right now in my closet, I have 6 of these Docker shirts, or these Dickies shirts. And I've had them from before as my uniform. So I'm just kind of wearing it again. At the one point we were going to put like gas station attendant things on them and everything and make it kind of like the scout uniform for SkillStack. But I digress. To try out text-based browser, Eeks, curl, fast link in Inks, JSON queries, to NASA API Hill. Yeah, all of that stuff is relevant. I agree. Thanks for that list, Taffetains, by the way. That's a good list. What would be the net positive for the web? Well, I hope it would be. Christopher, how's it going? I made a Term UI app that's giving me the most mind-boggling bug. Ooh, you have to send that to me, Christopher. I'd love to see. I'm just getting into Term UI a little deeper. I've been kind of using CView up to now, and just getting my feet wet in Term UI. I actually really want this job that just got posted using Terminal UI development. I said the F word. I'm sorry. I was like, don't I get one? The hard thing I have to remember is that there's like parents of 12-year-olds who are conservative and don't like me saying the F word at all. You know, I just got my rated R rating on, you know, the television. I'm sorry. I'm gonna not say that. Maybe I'll remove it. Maybe I'll bleep it out. I don't know how to bleep things, but I'll probably have to learn. I just looked it up. Some blind person sued them for the site's accessibility. You looked at Pizza Hut, right? Yep. So see, every time somebody says that this isn't a thing, you have a Pizza Hut case that proves that it is. And if you're, and so when I go into this with the rage that you see me have, it's because these developers are not just, you know, picking their favorite, well, that's your opinion, I can do whatever I want. You're breaking the law by making your content inaccessible. And as we saw with the Pizza Hut case, they lost. And you have any, I love that they lost because there are so many other sites that would fail miserably if they were attacked. And one of them proclaims itself as the site for all developers to go hang out together. Dev.to is the devil. It's the devil. It's a bunch of junior developers on a site that can't be viewed by blind people or those who don't have JavaScript. How can you claim to have a platform for developers when you are failing at the most fundamental level in your selection of architecture and technology? I got no love for them. Sorry. And they just about banned me for saying that once. I didn't get over the top, but I was like criticizing the site on the site, and they're like, you can't do that. I cry a little inside every time I see a JS front end on a site that would be perfectly fine without JS. I kind of just ranted about that, but absolutely, absolutely, just throw away inclusivity for some fancy useless animations, and it happens. And if there's one thing, you guys are saying I just want to influence all the web developers so that I can use links on their websites of the future. Yes, because you know why? Because that means that blind people and all the other inclusivity issues are also being addressed. And there's an entire movement that's primarily fed by the React community that says, F all those people. And thank God they're losing and they're being called out for it finally. Finally, they're being called out for it. And that's good. That's good for all of us. It's good because it means our web will be documented. It will be archived. The history, the monumentally huge history we're going through right now will be archived. It will be saved. And we'll be able to look back and learn from our mistakes and stuff like that. But if you ruin all of that data and content, you'll never be able to go back and read it. And it's just, whatever. All right. Time for me to take a break, obviously. It's almost 2:00, by the way. So that gives us 2 hours more to go. And I promise you, we will do nothing but book for the last 2 hours. So once again, I'm reading up here. No, it is React. Actually, it is a React problem. A lot of people don't think it is. It's more than React. It's not just React, but it's largely being driven by the React community. So yeah. They claim to have a fix and their fix doesn't work. And they say that over and over again. I don't want to play that. I'll put it on here. I'm only going to take about 10 minutes. Let's see. IIRC, there's studies that show white male devs are by far the worst at inclusivity in all areas. Completely agree with that, probably. Yeah. All right. So let's go back to what I was going to, I'm going to leave this on the screen when I take my little break here. This is the book that we'll be jumping into with both feet. And again, I told you, if you haven't purchased the book or you would like to support the authors, go for that. I have nothing to do with the book. I have, other than to recommend it. I own 3 copies, 1 digital and 2 paper copies that I used to use for my thing. And, so that's why I'm doing this. I will be referring to the book and reading certain sections of it. But I want, as much as possible, I want to respect the copyright holder of this book. But, if I were doing this, for any kind of, I used to use this book actually for my community college course that I taught. And so, I consider it within the bounds of appropriate use in that sense. But please consider getting a hold of it so you can follow along. I don't know, man. I'm letting you guys make your own decisions with your own legalese and your own country considerations. I'm not pretending to be all knowledgeable about what you should do. This book is 100% about design. There's no back end at all in it. So we are only going to talk about HTML, CSS, web images, and we're going to talk a little bit about JavaScript. And then the next book after this is going to be about JavaScript. We're going to go through the JavaScript way, and that's all front end stuff as well. And then after that, the next thing after that will be Go. Well, actually, we're going to do Good to Gig, and then I think we're going to do Go. That is all outlined, by the way, on my recently revised list of. So if you want to know what the order I'm trying to follow is, go to rwx.gg/boost, and you can see that. So beginner boosts, autodidactics, I just finished that. So there's 2 videos on that. That'll be up on Vimeo and for subscription later. Linux Foundation, Intro to Linux. This is actually an old thing. You know what? I changed it and I still don't see it. I need to update that. That's kind of outdated. Let me go check some stuff out here. So let me see here. README. Let me just pull this up for you. Boost. It's hard to keep all this stuff updated. It really is. There we go. So if you want to know where this is in the place, because some of you are anxious to get to the Go stuff. So we have the autodidactic, then we have learning web design. I'm going to put progressive in here. We're going to learn Pandoc after this. There's no book on it that I've found. If anybody finds a book on it, let me know. And then we're going to, Pandoc should go rather quickly. We're going to do the JavaScript way, which is a very short and sweet JavaScript introduction. We're going to do learning Linux command line, good to gig, head first go, structured data, bash, map pages, stuff like this. So this is going to take several months of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights, midnight to 4 sessions to get through it all. But that's kind of an outline of where we're going. So having said that, I'm going to leave this stuff on the screen. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and I will be back at, let's see here. I'll be back. What time is it? It's like 1:59. So I'll be back at 2:10. All right. So dwell on that for a while. I've got to unplug myself here. I would love to get a remote of that, a remote headset. I'm going to maybe have to get one of those one of these days. Your book writing setup? Ooh. That looks like a good URL. Dwell on it, chat. Dwell. All right. See you at 2:10. Do 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 do. This bear has his own OS with no GUI. I should probably put a Raspberry Pi widget in him or something, so he has like red eyes. That would be a fun project. Like if you type like some like certain word or something that the bear like looks at you with red eyes, that would be fun. You have to like figure out what the word is for the day. It would be a fun and useless sort of thing. Assuming you guys are still there, let me just make sure everything is still working. Yep, I see like sound happening. So, how many we got anyway? Oh, 54. That's nice. Thank you for joining. That's pretty healthy number. The reason I said is because having a richer community while we're doing the development is just, I believe, is just always an advantage for everybody involved. It's not so much about the views. I don't have any subs. I don't have any way to to do those things. And Vim is great. Instant red eyes. Making it to capture the flag. It could be, did you guys see that whole thing about the, I know this is probably old. You guys are probably already know about it. Did you? Rest is better than Go for certain things. I even said so. But can you imagine doing like what was it? It was God, I can't remember it now. It's so old, but I finally watched a whole little mini documentary on it. Shia LaBeouf's art project. You talk about CTF. Did you see that? Did you see all the? They kept moving the thing, and they kept finding it, and they like detected where it was based on the angle. Of the shadow and everything. It's just amazing. It's a fun little documentary about, yeah, they like raided a museum, and it was just insane. It's just a great thing to read about. We'll do anything to take the big man down. Well, let's hope I don't ever get that big. I mean, I'm on their side at the end of the day. Most trolls are attempting to, in their own way, do something good. Sometimes they just want to see chaos. But yeah, they found it in the stars in the background. Right, that was another one that was really awesome. All right, so we're gonna jump right in, and go. We're gonna go with the topics that come up. You're welcome to throw in questions that are related to the topic on the page as we go. So I actually do want to talk about the cover a bit. So we already saw Jen Simmons' page, which you can go back and work on. I suggest you follow her on Twitter. I suggest you follow Jennifer Robbins on Twitter. So I'll let you do that yourself. But remember, we talked about adding people to your personal learning network, and these are two really important, influential people in the learning in the web design space. So at that time, you can follow them. There's others that'll come up as we go along. It says here, and I don't think I can read that. I have to turn my head sideways. Whether you're a beginner or you're bringing your skills up to date, this is a book that gives you a solid foundation in modern web production. I teach each topic visually at a professional pace with frequent exercises to let you try out new skills. Reading it feels like sitting in my classroom. Jennifer Robbins. So this is a book that is written by someone who does do this. And I love that she uses first person and everything. In fact, I've debated about whether I should use first person in RWX.gg rather than, one does this or I do this. And my entire RWX.gg approach has been not shying away from presenting things from my perspective, so that I am saying, look, I'm sharing things with you. It's up to you to decide. It's not we do this or, that kind of thing. And that's one of the reasons I like the book, is because of that. So the back cover is, I'm definitely going to have to zoom in here. In fact, we're probably going to just have to full pane this, because I do want you guys to be able to read it, and then we'll do what's necessary to keep it. I realize it's white in the background. I'm really sorry for that. I can't control that. I just think it's better that we keep it as is. I'm probably gonna have to take it down a notch. There we go. Welcome to the 5th edition. I'm again to respect the copyright holders. I'm not going to be reading the whole thing verbatim. I would qualify as an audiobook at that point. It talks about some of the techniques, or a new brand. It talks specifically about HTML5. Why is it not maintaining my? Here, one more. How about that? Is that better? Okay. Can you guys read that? I know it's a little bit hard. We'll try that. How about that? Forward by. Okay, so here we go. Here's the contents. It's gonna be hard because I'm not gonna be able to read your chat. Let me see if I can come up with something better for you. Let's do this. Let's just make it so it's at least the top half, which I can do like this. Actually, nope. It's gonna do full screen. Just give me a second here. And then we can zoom in. Oopsie. Nope, I want to zoom in. I don't even know if this is my favorite tool for reading, but we'll stick with it for tonight. Content. Getting started. In fact, I'm gonna zoom down you guys down here. Solid 2-hour rant intro. 1010 would rant again. What happened to HTML4? Thank God it died. That is a topic. I don't know if we need to talk about it, but XHTML and HTML4 died. Hey, Babs. And they deserve to die a horrible death. In fact, the whole XML craziness that almost took over the web, all of it was really good. It died, in my opinion. It was really bad architecture. And we will talk about that. Before we move on too far, if you don't want to read this book and you want to know what happened to HTML4, when you're doing your research, the definitive resource for all things HTML is not W3C. This is a big myth out there. W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, actually has very little to do with the definition of web standards these days. And I'm sorry if that comes off as a negative. And I'm going to tell you a little story here. Okay, I have to tell you a little story, and it's my take on the story. Other people might have a different take, so make sure you do your own research. But let me tell you a story of how W3C became irrelevant. So once upon a time, you guys know Tim Berners-Lee, right? And this is all part of the introduction, by the way, of the book, so I'm not covering anything that's not already covered. So Tim Berners-Lee invented it. He's still really famous. He very famously interviewed Snowden on a TED Talk and a bunch of other stuff. He's very active. He's tried to recover what he thinks is a dying web. This is a rabbit hole, I know. But here, let me tell you. So Tim Berners-Lee is the original inventor of the web, and he did HTML. And he's an engineer, and he made something that engineers would need to do. And we'll talk about how Markdown came from writers and why I think it's better when we talk about Pandoc after we finish all our web stuff. But as a part of that specification, W3C became the World Wide Web Consortium that told us what all the standards were and everything. And I don't remember the year, but long story short, W3C stopped producing stuff fast enough for the likes of Firefox and Chrome and Microsoft and all of them that were fighting over browsers and were competing to make better browsers and get people to adopt their browser so they could have control. And Microsoft very famously was in a lawsuit, an antitrust lawsuit for shipping their browser, stuff that people would just laugh at today because there's so much antitrust going down. And because of that, we ended up with a bunch of different browsers. And this is going to be really relevant because we're going to have to pick a browser to do our development in a minute. So all the browser people were like, this isn't moving fast enough. And there was enough of a consensus between them all to say, okay, we need to do our own thing and we'll let W3 know what to do. Because, and this is, by the way, when HTML4 and XHTML and DHTML all failed. And so a bunch of big players, and this is one of those cases where, the corporate interests actually helped the internet. because they said, we don't have time for how long it takes for you to do stuff. We actually have browsers to support, and people want to make improvements, and we don't have time for you to debate this in some academic, forum. We want to move on. And, it's very rare you're going to hear me say, corporations help the world in this case. But in this particular case, the stress that they place upon everybody else, they finally said, you know what? We have all the power. We are the ones making the browsers. Nobody uses NCSA in Mosaic or any of the things that were used originally by W3C. And so we're going to make the standard. And not only are we going to make the standard, we're going to make it a living standard, which is now the standard for standards, is to make it a living standard, which means it gets re-released every month or two, like JavaScript, ACMA script. So this is where what WG came to. And to this day, this is one of the most misunderstood and misrepresented things in any book about web development. People will constantly go to the W3C, and this is just leftover old information that dates back to the 90s. So when you see this happening, you now know hands down, the authority on this is what WG.org. They call the shots. They decide what's going to get adopted. And these days, that the browser wars are largely irrelevant because they've all agreed. Microsoft has even put, the Chromium Core in their thing. So, Chrome has really won the browser wars, and we'll get into that another day. We will talk about it, but I don't want it to devolve into a fight over what browser is better. But it's impossible to not have a conversation about web development without talking about browsers. It's impossible. So we will have to cover that. They don't cover that in the book, and I do need to cover it with you. So, but this is the thing I want you to see here. So copyright, what WG, rip my RAM, Apple, Google, Mozilla, and Microsoft. So these three companies determine the future of the web, literally. They literally are in charge of the web. They can decide whatever they want, and we have to take it. There are a few, tiny outlying browsers that kind of struggle to keep up with whatever these people decide. And now, as of, whatever, a month or two ago, Microsoft and Google are now in total agreement about the web specification because they are literally running the same Chromium Core. So you have Mozilla, the holdout that wrote their web browser in Rust, Firefox, and you have Apple that made Safari that stole, I found out later, a lot of the core for HTML rendering. What's the name of it? You guys remember? And so they went ahead, and not like pure clean voice sound and understandable English as I'm not a native speaker. Well, I hope you can hear me well. I will try to enunciate. Yeah, God bless Firefox. Didn't Apple use KHTML? WebKit. Thank you for that. So WebKit, I actually thought, I was going around thinking that Apple had invented WebKit and contributed to the world as an open source offering. And I was like curtly reminded that is not true. That is yet another technology that they stole. And I don't know more about that. So I could be wrong on that. Just for everybody, WebKit became the fundamental engine within all of these things for rendering HTML, taking HTML, the language, and turning it into stuff that's on the screen. And for a long time, you had to do crazy things with the WebKit prefixes, which we'll get into. It's built on KDE XHTML. I did not know that. Did not know that. Thank you. This is why we have a community. That's very good to know. Thanks. So there you go. And I want to make you aware of these two resources as we get into the book, what WG, and by the way, the Living Standard is really amazing. So they have, this is a really, I should probably do the multi, it's going to take my browser's going to crash just from opening so big. Yeah, my fan just came on just from opening that one page version. It's still waiting to resolve it. My fan is like screaming over here. There we go. It's like, you know what? I just give me this page right here. Come on, computer, you can do it. What can I close? That's a problem. There we go. Okay, so here's the version, multi version. So if you are more of a type that just wants to go straight to the manual RTFM, where does it fit? Where's the background? It will tell you all that. It actually doesn't have very, it's not, oh God, this is the white version. There's a version that has a blue background. I think the PDF. Anyway, is it HTML5? In short, yes. But what I was going to try to show you about this particular thing is all the examples. So they have built in examples of how to use things. There we go. XML versus HTML. A quick introduction to HTML. We're going to do it from the book, but see, I mean, it's got relatively pretty examples here. Yeah, we're going to cover all this stuff, but it's very well hyperlinked. And if you want to go to the definitive source here, it is not Mozilla Developer Network. As good as it is this. It is whatwg.org. So this is something you probably want to bookmark or put in your notes someplace, because you will need to go to it to look up, specific things. I do like something I find interesting is they actually don't even use quotes on some of these, and people will scream at you for not using quotes, but they're telling you right there, no, it's part of the spec, so just get over it. But these are one of the common practices to use double quotes here. A lot of people like MDN, but we talked about the problem with the wiki in general is that they don't cover all the material. Sometimes they're contentious in how they cover it. They're not presented as one voice, but those are just general critiques of anything that's written in any kind of wiki format. Often links to relevant places in the spec. But it doesn't always link into W3, WhatWG. If I remember right, a lot of their links are to the W3C stuff. But yeah, it's okay. So combining this with MDN is probably a good idea. But this is the definitive source on this, and then the kind of the textbook that accompanies the leading course on web development is this, and so we're getting into that. There is one other web resource that I always name. I'm just deciding whether I should talk about it now or later. I'm going to go ahead and mention it because we've been talking about websites all day. It's called Can I Use? And these are like mandatory sites to have in your bookmarks list or whatever. Come on, Rob. Come on. I can do this. I promise I can use. If you haven't noticed, I really suck with graphic interfaces. I just do. I'm just bad with them. What are we looking for? Oh yeah. Can I use Control L? Yeah, thanks for that. Can I use? So thankfully you are not living through the 90s or the early 2000s when you couldn't know whether to use anything safely. That's where jQuery came from, by the way. Is during that tumultuous time. And learn X in minutes.com. Yeah, I don't know about that one. We'll have to go look at that one. xnyminutes.com. Yeah, that might be a fun thing to do too. That's something I'll have to go look at. But this is a really important one. So we talked about Flexbox and CSS Grid. You can search for these things and you can see exactly how many things are covered and how far back it goes. Now, the one that you got to watch out for here, I mean, all the big browsers are generally going to be kind of ahead of the curve. You don't need to worry about IE at all anymore. Nobody uses it. Unless you're like in an enterprise that still has a bunch of IE, standardized. But the more important thing about this site is you can see exactly where you stand when you pick something to use. So you might find something in the spec that's supported, but you might not necessarily want to deploy it if it's going to stop your thing from being viewed. And in this case, we're looking up CSS Flexbox. But as you can see, it has support going back, even in Edge, back to July of 2015. So we're talking about 5 years. So the chances of that not being adopted and used in anything is really low. But the one you want to watch out for is these right here, because I think the statistic it may have changed, but 50% of all web pages are consumed on mobile devices, and so you don't want to discount the built-in browsers from Safari and Android. And unfortunately, these are the new IEs of the world. It used to be we would bag on IE for being behind the curve, and and so we went through a 5-year opera phase. Yes. So I mean, there was a time when IE got really beat up for holding the whole web back, and these days I find that Android and Safari are holding the world back. Because not everybody's going to download Chrome for Android, right? And if they did, it would only be supported as of 2020 November 16th. So these things right here are your limiters. So if your app is going to primarily be based on, for mobile, be used on mobile, and most are, then you need to be careful with these. You need to make sure that you don't have a high percentage of users that are going to be using any of these mobile browsers that don't exist. Chrome for Android has always been crap. I just don't use it. I don't download it. The Android browser isn't that bad, but it's definitely more up to date, and it's definitely kept up to date. So another thing too, if you're a CTO and you're making deployment decisions, a lot of times you have to make these calls about what tech can be used. And I've talked to CTOs before, and this is this helps you make that call. So there. Did I say that backward? I may have. No, this is Android browser is actually ahead of Chrome for Android. Yep, Chrome 87 for Android. The Android browser itself is ahead. It's like it's usually getting the usage relative button will show the current statistics. Yes, thanks for Sakamon. Where's the relative usage button? Currently aligned. Wait, where is it? I haven't used that one before. Yeah, I mean that's why some of this stuff is very eye-opening. I will totally admit that. Top left. Oh, right. Relative usage. There we go. Oh, wow. So I've never. Today I learned. Today, do I have to make my case more about having a community to do these videos? What other way is there to learn other than having an active community participate, right? Thank you so much for your contribution. I would be giving you all kinds of chat points if I had that built. Remember that. Remind me to second on later, and I'll give you some for that. Thank you very much. So yeah, this is a fantastic statistic. This is very, again, remember I was bagging on applications and graphics and stuff? No, this is a perfect example of that. I'm not against graphics, okay? Randomly press the buttons until you learn something, or I could have somebody tell me the obvious. Say Cryptic's name. I did. How's that? So here we go. We have Chrome for Android. We have Chrome here. We have got a drowned in point IOUs. I really am. I might have to just like put a line in the sand, right? You have no idea how much I want that to be working right now. First things first. First things first, people. So there you go. Chrome for Android. You know what? God damn. That's terrifying. Wait a second. Let me make sure I'm reading this chart right. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Let's see. Why is Chrome for Android so big? November 16, 2020 browser usage. 36% of all web browsing is Chrome on Android? When did that change? Can you tell I've been not doing web development for a while? It's been about a year. That is insane. Do they even know they're throwing away compatibility with Flexbox? Holy cow. All right. So, yeah, the Firefox statistic is really sad. And I don't want to have a fight about, but Brave isn't even here. It's not Brave, where would Brave, I think Brave would qualify. That's up to the phone's distro, though. Yeah. Have an Android, but not a desktop or laptop in the third world countries. That's a good question, but again, it depends on your target audience, right? Material design for all. Completely agree. I think that's awesome. Brave identifies as Chrome. Okay. I wasn't sure. I thought it might have. Yeah, it's running Chromium at the end. Yeah, that's true. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, I ran Brave for a while too, and I don't want to get into my. I don't know when we're going to be able to talk about browsers. Maybe now is the time since we're doing it. So let's just jump in. I promise we'll get in the book, but we have to talk about these things. Which browser should you develop with and for? This is a really, really heated, debated topic. We have a lot of people in the chat right now So, in fact, I want to see how many before we get this debate. Oh, we got 75. That's good. We can have a nice, well-rounded conversation about this. Keep it civil, people. Okay. But I'm going to actually put some questions out there, and I want you guys to legitimately talk about this. Okay. So, and this is really important. I want us to keep the focus on development. Okay. So according to a Stack Exchange survey, which doesn't say much, of course, most Stack Exchange respondents are web developers, very few C coders and people like that are responding to Stack Exchange surveys. They got more important things to do. This is how, false statistics get quoted all the time, that Rust is the most beloved language because only people that use Rust are answering the statistics. However, that kept in mind, the number one method for web development that was cited by one of the Stack Exchange surveys, again, from mostly web developers, was console log, and it was using the dev tools that are built into Chrome. So you can take that statistic and you can run with it. You can make any decision you want, and I'm going to give up my personal opinion on this. I personally believe that Chrome, even though Firefox started the game and beat Chrome at its dev tools very much, that Chrome has gained the edge, and that's no pun intended. It's a good one though, if I had. So it is, Chrome has dominated on the front of developer tools, and I'm going to actually show you those developer tools here in a bit, and we're going to talk about that. But what Falcon browser set up like Chrome and gave up like hotkeys for such dev tools, right? So what I'm saying is, you can think what you want about Chrome, but I'm not saying don't preview your sites in both Chrome and Firefox. I'm gonna give you a very specific example of that, but it's really important that you pick a browser. And this is actually in the first chapter of the book. That's why I'm okay with going into this, because we're going to scream right over it when we get to that point. But what I'm putting out to everybody here is there anybody who has a substantial point to make about why they prefer a specific browser for development? Okay. And that's half my RAM chips. Yeah, Chrome is also built into, Electron. We find it in a lot of other places, Chromium. So if there's no conversation on this, I want to give you a live demo of why I think that Chrome is a better developer set. Oh, Chrome Canary for development. That's a good idea, actually. Chrome Canary, in case you don't know, is their kind of alpha version. They're getting ready to research, so they usually deliver things in Chrome Canary that are not in the main Chrome distro. And that makes sense to use Chrome as a developer. I had Chrome Canary for a long time and did the same thing. Firefox would be friendlier on lower end machines for both browsing and also development. That might be true. I don't have enough evidence to suggest that that's true, but there is one particularly annoying thing about Firefox I want to show you right now that continues to plague my websites. So you see this right here. So this is rwx.gg. The reason I'm showing you this is not to bag on Firefox, is to show you that it's still essential that you preview everything in every web browser, and there are still things that are not compatible between web browsers and that can't easily be fixed. And it's kind of annoying. What is my age? I'm 53. Chrome dev tools are super strong. Built-in functions like debugger allows you to step into your code, debug at micro level. Agree, Christopher. A Firefox Dev Edition does the job done. Don't know why I would use Chrome for it. Is there okay? So today I learned them on Envoy. Is there a different version of Firefox that is developer specific, that it's not the standard develop? Because I didn't know that. Many things don't work in Chrome, but work on yeah, I don't know about that one. So this is what I wanted to show you though. So there's a Firefox Dev Edition. Interesting. So when I'm just using this dev tool, the inspector, there's many similarities, but something that really annoys me is so look at this web page, and if there's some easy fix for this, you can laugh at me or whatever. But I got my Vimeo on there. But this is like one example of an annoyance that I find just kind of unnerving, really. What was the site I was on? Let me go get the URL. This is my markdown tutorial. I don't like the word tutorial. It's kind of an overview. I really don't. People don't know what tutorial even means. They like totally bastardized that word. And I care about words. I screw them up a lot, but at least I care about screwing them up. So here is here's Chromium. I mean Chrome or Chromium. Showing you the same thing, and this is what I wanted to show you. So you see how, well, I don't know, maybe I'm going to be proven to be wrong here. Yep, I guess I broke it on purpose. I broke it. So that's actually good news. So much for that idea. I was going to show you that these two things were different because last time I checked they were. So it seems like one of the other one, this actually implies that Firefox might have been up to speed on the game before they were. So there's some white space in here that Pandoc's not converting properly. I'll just move on and clip that out. It's not worth going over. But let's go through the inspect element on this. So here's the inspect element. And I just know this better. By the way, the first thing I always do here is I make sure it's on the side and I go down. People don't know this, but I do, where is it? Right here. Wait, wrong. Am I still in the right thing? Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. They moved it. Okay. Wait, am I still in Chrome? Yeah. So you go here and you can change the dark theme. And if you change the dark theme, it'll, because it's YouTube or it has an exclamation point in it or it has bad words. So here we go. There was some difference in how this was displayed. And here we go. So we have some difference in this. If this is your first time here, this is DevTools, and this is how you're going to be able to inspect what everything looks like. And we're going to come back to that later. All right. So I think mobile should be banned if a person doesn't have a desktop. Well, I wish that were true, but that is not true. The most of the internet, last time I checked, is running off Android web browsers. In fact, that can I use statistic we just pulled up is even more telling. God, I really want to know where the numbers are coming from on this. No, it's not true. YouTubers are fine. That Chrome has the better dev tooling. I refuse to use it because of Google and the dodgy things they do with it. I agree. You don't see me using Chrome, do you? Right? And I kind of wanted to keep this discussion away from what browser you should use and support versus what browser you need to use for development. They are different, right? And yeah, and I use DuckDuckGo for everything. That's not a browser, by the way. Right now I'm using Firefox. I used Brave for a while until I couldn't use that anymore ethically. And then I went ahead with Firefox as the most ethical web browser on the planet right now, despite their foibles in bowing down to corporate interests like Mr. Robot when they violated everybody's trust by hacking everybody's computer for the sake of a television series. Read about it. They did it. They got really called on the carpet for it. We're kind of going into the browser war thing. I don't like Brave because of how they handled the situation with affiliations and calling out the person who was calling them out and getting very personal with him when they attacked him on it, even though he was just saying things that everybody knew already. So when you use a browser, if you're making a selection for, okay, since we obviously are going there, I'm going to go ahead and finish up on that. When it comes to picking a web browser for usage, not for development, you have a lot of things to consider, and your considerations may be different than others. If you're picking a web browser based on who you trust the most, you can pick Lynx. I mean, Lynx, nobody can spy on me at all. It doesn't even do, all that other. It does do cookies. You can authorize that, but it doesn't do all the other stuff. Or use curl or something like that. If you're concerned with privacy, Google is your last choice. There's a browser called Ungoogled Chromium, which might be good. But let me just be really careful here. There's actually a really good blog from a guy who, what was it? I don't remember the title of the blog, but they were advocating for use of Chromium because it's open source and it's, you can see the source code and everything. But this particular group changed their tune on that because the bugs that were getting, Chromium doesn't get bug fixes as fast as Chrome does. So when there's a big problem with a browser, Chrome has the most eyes on it, so it gets fixed the fastest. And you have to weigh the security of that and having so many eyes on it, even though it is closed source, versus something that's released into the open source community that doesn't get security fixes for up to a month after they're discovered in Chrome. So there are a lot of considerations when you're picking a web browser, and some, convenience versus privacy versus security, and development. So you need to weigh all those things heavily. If you're interested in something that at least promises to to manage your privacy more than others and has a slightly better reputation, in my opinion, then Firefox is the one. Brave tries to say the same things, but has overwhelmingly proven that it has no problem selling you out to all of its affiliates and showing everybody where you're going and where you're visiting. And I don't buy that. It's a default setting. You have to go in and change it. That's no different than Chrome, if you ask me. Chrome comes, with stuff that you can turn off. So does Chromium. And Firefox comes with that stuff turned off by default for the most part. If you want to deal with one of those web browsers, and you actually want to have more control of it, you can add some things for to help you, and this is not for development reasons. In fact, Dark Reader will get in the way for development, so don't add that if you want to do development. I have Vimium, which just makes my plugins like Vim enabled. I really like uBlock Origin for blocking ads. I don't buy into the idea that I should have to see ads, and that's how they make their money. If a site makes its money based on ad revenue, that's their mistake, not mine. I don't have a problem with that. And if that, I would pay to go to certain sites, including YouTube, if it meant that I didn't have to, force all of my users to see the ads, which is different than me paying for the privilege and I have to see the ads. So anyway, that's my take on that. And selling data. Yeah, they'll happily sell your data to everybody and do whatever. This will also, I'm missing it right now. Maybe I have it. There's another plugin. I don't think I must, I just read image. I don't think I have it yet. There's another one here that will totally block all of your privacy violations and stuff like that. But let's put the train back on the rails and talk about development for a second. I think it was kind of impossible for me to avoid the overall browser conversation, but I think we did well isolating it to that amount of time. All right, so browser. So all of this is just basically the reason that I'm going to be using Chrome for all of our development during this process. In fact, I'm going to be using Chrome DevTools to do live development, and they talk about it a little bit in the book, but not much. And I'm going to talk about why that's a thing. Oh, I love WTTR.N. Yeah, do you know about Harry? You know about Eeks, right? So Eeks is all based on it's like Pastebin for terminal users. Let's see other comments. Firefox makes its money by having search engines bid to the default option. Firefox, by the way, yeah, it's like rather than selling data. Yeah, and that's a little bit better, I think, right? That even more similar thing, right? Google Larry. Yeah. Did you finish your resume? That's a different thing. We're not talking about that drunk time. I'm going to work on that. Right now is beginner boost time. You like my bald head? Well, thank you. I guess. Let's go on ahead. So we've got we still got a lot of talking, and we're not covering a lot that's in the book. But I struggle with how much to cover before we dive into the book. And the next one is going to be tough too, because let's actually go straight to where do we start. Maybe reading this book as a part of a course, or web design, maybe reading on the internet with Mr. Rob, blah, blah, blah. So you may be being a full stack web developer. I hate that term, by the way. Don't call yourself a full stack web developer. You're not a full stack web developer. Just don't use it. Don't use the term. It's a horrible term. It doesn't mean anything. It's supposed to mean that you do everything from beginning and back end, and nobody does that. They say they do that, but they're not good at it if they do. You pick a specialty. You're either a front end developer or you're a back end developer. and you know how to rate REST APIs, just I sysadmin. So let's keep going down here. So I just want my own site. Oh, this is an important point to talk about. Full stack web, as long as you don't count front end. That's a good comment, Vera. So she has, Jennifer's written this little side comment here that says, I just want a site. And I have a story. So we're in the book now, and it's time for me to give stories. So I do story time a lot of times. I'm a full cat developer. So I've had people pay for, one particular adult actually, came to my sessions. This was back before I vetted people. It was back when I had kind of a classroom setting, and great person, a lot of fun conversations, but I became aware, I started teaching HTML and in the first few lessons and talking, about this stuff, and, so just calling myself full stack, right? And he immediately started saying, well, okay, so I have telling me what he wanted, which is great. You should always go into, any kind of mentoring with a goal of what you want out of it, so you can communicate that to the person mentoring you. And he said, well, I have this product and I really want to get it to market. And it became clear that he didn't want to learn HTML at all, but he interpreted, I want to make a website as, oh, I need to learn HTML stuff, and, really didn't know where to start. So if that is you, if you're watching this, because most of you are going to be watching this because you want to be a well-rounded technologist and enter the tech career market, which you're in the right place for that. But if you are here because you just want a site, and I'm going to do another story with my wife. My wife does not want to mess around with HTML and any of the stuff. She just wants her site with her web pages on it. Believe it or not, there was a time, I am so ashamed to admit, that I actually had a WordPress site because I just wanted to communicate. I didn't really want to mess with anything else, and it was the right thing for the time. I had like 3,000 followers. I was a virtual worlds builder. I had a really great blog there that we did a lot of contact with each other. It's not there anymore. You can find it on the web archive actually, but I'll go into that some other time. But the point is, if you just want a site, you don't necessarily need to learn HTML or any of that. In fact, it will probably distract you from your goal. So go use Wix. Wix is my preferred one to recommend. I can't in good conscience recommend WordPress, knowing how many vulnerabilities it has. I've already tried to help one yoga studio recover their completely destroyed site because they had a WordPress plugin that got hacked. DEF CON actually has regular jokes about WordPress and PHP. So just know. So Wix is my recommendation for everybody here if you just want a site. All right. Reading some comments. Overflowed stack developer. I am a 1/8 stack script kitty. Reduxer Paul. I'm here because I don't enjoy on the computer. I'm a full Q developer. Ooh. I actually tell people that I do something with computers. That's very wise. You've been around the block apparently. Oh, I just do something with computers. Oh, really? Can you get my viruses off? I am a heap of mistakes. Web dev is fun. It is. Web dev is fun. You know why? Because it's like one of those things where you get immediate feedback. It's also very empowering, right? So making your own site, negotiating with your teacher to say, hey, can I make this book report into a website that's got interactive social media and videos embedded and stuff. I talked about Free Code Camp at the beginning. I suggest not doing it at all. Unless you're supplementing it with something more comprehensive and correct, frankly. So you can watch the beginning of this one. All right, so where do I start? I just want my own site. Let's see here. Yeah, seeing something come to life, isn't that great? It takes a village. Web creation rules. We talked about web creation rules earlier, and I want to repeat this a little bit. We have artists. When I worked at Teleport Internet Services in Portland, Lynn Saprell, who's very public, she and her husband actually ran one of the very, very, very first internet cafes in the world. And I had the very good fortune of working with her, and she called herself the web mistress. Just miss her so much. She's so amazing. and she focused on the art of it and the fonts and the icons, and she was capable of the other elements of it, but that didn't compel her to want to do it. So I ended up becoming the back end CGI guy. There was no front end. Occasionally I would write some JavaScript for the front end for her, but back then there wasn't a lot of JavaScript. So, Jen here's bringing up the fact that we've got, a village. There's lots of people. There's designers, there's developers, there's, artists that just do the art. In fact, if there's people who do Photoshop, it would just chop up a big picture and say, make this into a real thing. And all of that. Okay, so let's see what else. Yeah, making a website is a pretty fun excuse to code. In fact, you're going to see me off stream doing this, off, boost streaming. I'm going to be doing this a lot, mostly because I have to update my profile page, which, is a really great first project. And we talked about the 3 types of learning methods, right? Comprehensive, repetitive, and fun. And this is comprehensive, going through the book. Repetitive would be exercises, practicing to do an HTML page in 60 seconds. And fun would be, making your own profile and making it do fun things. So there. Information architect. What is an architect? Somebody who takes care of all the information. So content strategy. I'm not going to talk about this. You can read this. Let's see and hire. Let's see. You are hireable or not. Well, I'm going to be making it live, so you can see all that. You can go to my LinkedIn right now and see if you want to hire me. But I'm not looking for a web developer job, in case you're wondering, at all. In fact, I'm looking for a terminal user interface job in Go, specifically. But there's been VP roles that I've been considering as well. So here we go. Designer often is responsible for more than one, if not all. User experience. Okay, so this is good to at least know these terms. So you got your skill stack here, right? So here's one to add. All right, so add UX. Okay, put UX in your column here. We talked about this in this technique for keeping up on all the terms and just being able to go back to them. You can put that into digital form if you want. UX is used all the time. It stands for user experience. It's not how good your website looks. It's how easy is it for your users to engage with the experience. So if, for example, let's go back to the progressive enhancement idea. If you make your site dependent on JavaScript and it doesn't work for a blind person, you're going to get sued because your UX is so bad for a blind person. So that's what user experience is. It's the overall experience of navigating your site and participating in your site. It's not UI. User interface design is specifically, where does the box for entering data go? Everybody complains about bad UI, right? But more importantly, it's more about bad UX. And that often involves a lot more than just the front end. A lot of times it's because the back end doesn't work. I have a story about that. I was doing, my power company won't let me access their site. And so one page, it's the stupidest thing. One of their pages says, well, you can't access this because we don't have an account for you by that email. And then the other one says, I put in my email, it says, you have an account, but you can't change your password. And I'm like, and it sends me to the other page. And so I'm in this infinite loop of going back and forth to the 2 pages. And so now I have to, yeah, they did. And they won. They sued Pizza Hut and won. So, so I've got to get on the phone and I've got to call somebody at the power company because I can't pay my bill online because their UX is horrible. So yeah, CLI apps have pretty bad UX. It depends. I believe CLI apps have horrible UX because they have so many dashes in them, which is why when I see, Steve Francia give, demonstrations on making great command line apps using Cobra, I just want to cringe to death because it's horrible. Using that kind of dashes in a CLI app, the user experience includes, by the way, command line and terminal UI. It's every single possible user experience interacting with your application, not just the web. But usually when someone says they're a UX designer, what they're saying is that they're a web UI designer, but they're using the UX term because it's cooler. bad UX does lead to lost customers, and we should probably talk about that. If you have a bad user experience, people will not engage with your site, and you will lose money. And UX people, that's that in their Twitter feeds and their forums and everything, they're constantly talking about engagement. It's like if your user interface is horrible, you're not going to be able to engage with your people, and they're gonna leave, and they're not going to want to pay as much, and you're gonna lose money. And they actually make direct corollaries to how much time somebody spends on a site to how much money that you're going to make. So if you want to get into that whole thing, that's kind of the UX design world. It's not HTML development world. That's kind of, related to it in an ancillary way. Comment, there was somebody in Bucharest that abused the Domino's online system and used free pizza vouchers for like 2 months before noticing. Well, that's a different thing. But yeah. All right, so let's page down on this. A lot of good stuff here. I would suggest you just go through and read it. User research and testing reports. People get crazy about this. Okay, wireframe design. Now, we're getting into some design things here. Terminal job and not web dev, because I like it. Bottom line. We need to talk about jobs in the web industry. Don't let me forget Thumbtack. We need a Thumbtack, Bri. So no, it's not salary at all. It's what I find interesting. I don't like graphic interfaces at all. That's just me. I'm like 0.001% of humans on planet Earth who hate graphic interfaces completely. Other than playing a game or doing something that requires graphics like a graph. So wireframe diagrams. Everybody know what they are? Okay, so wireframing a diagram is when you just like are drawing up what your site's going to look like and where the things go on your site. Don't get lost in the rabbit hole of wireframe applications. A good old pen and paper or PED. Actually, another really great way to do this is called paper design. You can actually get sticky notes and stuff like that. It's called paper prototyping, and it's not covered here, but since we're talking about wireframe design, as you're doing UX design, this is supposed to be web stuff, but I'm going to throw this in there anyway. I personally believe the single best way to do UX design is using paper and sticky notes. The end. And here's why. The reason you're doing the user experience is to engage people who are non-technical to see about your thing. Now, if you can't share it with them, then you have to come close and do something, online. But the whole idea of people spend so much time on wireframe design for their site that they could have made the site in that time. They could have made the whole thing. So, but if you do like when you're doing this kind of thing, you can buy you can get like sticky notes and stuff. You can say, okay, here are the things in my system. This is how I want to interact with my system in general terms. And usually that'll end up translating into user stories, which is how you're going to make a site and everything. And that's probably more information than you wanted on how to do that. But when it comes time to start organizing what your site's going to look like, where things going to go, you can just pick one of the standard UX templates out there and go with it because they're really well established. The whole idea of index on the left and content on the right, that is, a standard UX way. There's really no reason to buck that trend unless you want to be fancy in some way. But usually that for this kind of thing is just going to detract from your message. All right, so let's go. So this is making a site diagram. You can of course just do this just on paper, or you can get it on an iPad or whatever you want to do. Or you can use a tool called Draw.io, which is fun for this. So I think it's interesting that she covers this very first before she covers anything else. So Draw.io is a really great. It's actually, they renamed it. You can sign it up, connect it to something. Look at that, GitLab support. That's new. They didn't have that before. That is super cool. Create a new diagram, blank diagram, and you can actually download this. This is crazy. I didn't know they had GitLab support. I am really jazzed. Of course, I'm not going to let you see this part though. Give me a second here. Wait, where are you? I think I can do this without you seeing it. I think. You can't see anything, right? You can just see me right now. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Nope. All right. Well, I'll do this later. I don't want to waste you guys' time. Just know that that is a place you can go to get to do your diagramming. It's very free. It's well made. Support them. Go star their GitHub and GitLab. I've talked to the creators actually because I wanted to know the longevity of the project, if it was going to be around, and it seems like they've been around for a pretty long time. So that's definitely something to look at. The book we're working through is called Learning Web Design 5th edition from Jennifer Robbins. It's a pretty standard textbook for web design. So you can make this is an interesting thing, how people are going to get to your stuff. Will I be your friend? I'll be your friend anyway. So here we go. Homepage, email, fact, book, contact, storyboards, and flowcharts. So I love that she spends the entire first chapter talking about how to design your system without you even talking about HTML first. But to be fair, I don't normally start with chapter 1. I jump all the way to part 2 when I'm starting with people who just want to learn how to do HTML. None of this stuff in chapter 1 is anywhere in FreeCodeCamp, for example. And yet it's so important to developing a great user experience, which is really what web design is about. It's about creating applications and content that can be digested well, which is why, I'm going through it. So you have the flowcharts. We're just going to go through this. I'm going to let you read it on your own. But do read it. It's kind of fun. It's the kind of thing where you can I really love how engaging her writing is too. She puts, graphic examples of people. Look at this amazing site right there. Isn't that cool? See, that's the kind of the thing I love about, I'm not a fully anti-graphic person. There's a part of me that really loves graphic design. And I actually have an internal conflict a lot because when I look at this site is awesome to me. Like this creative site right here. It's almost like you're making a game. Web development, it feels like you're making a game sometimes because of the things you can do. And none of this, by the way, is not searchable. Do I want to go to this kind of site to look up, what the syntax of, some gRPC command in Go is? Hell no, right? But user experience design is about knowing your audience, just like writing is about knowing your audience, or creating videos is about knowing your audience. I go to Google Images. I love Google Images. And so there's visual graphics design here. So don't skip over this part. I got to tell you, looking at this stuff makes me, care about stuff, and make me want to do a graphic site, right? I'm an hour into Golang training. Oh, which one? You have to tell me which training you're doing. Let's see. Designers may also be responsible for creating a style guide that documents style choices such as font colors, etc. Having a style guide and having a style palette and all this stuff is very designery kinds of things. Speaking of which, let me give me 1 second. Oh, I forgot this. I just got this the other day. I'm super excited about it. This is the kind of thing that speaks to the inner designer in me. So this is actually used by photographers. It's called, I have nothing to do with them, a data color, a spider checker. So this is so you can check all your colors on your monitors. I noticed that my Vizio monitors are not syncing up with my Dell 4K monitor. And so this is a way of checking your colors, but it reminds me of that, and there's grayscale on the back. I really love this kind of thing. You can actually, when we were at Nike's like really intensely into design, and they had an entire, standards body. I worked a lot with the graphic design team, who came and said, your SwooshNet's really boring. We want to jazz it up. And I'm like, please. And so they gave me the most amazing graphics. I had to tell them they couldn't have like huge JPEGs on the front page. And like, why not? They're beautiful. I'm like, I know, but it takes forever to load. So, but they had a Pantone color sort of guide for their entire palette. So this is kind of a web design thing. Again, this stuff that we're talking about right here is not the stuff that's going to be covered in any HTML course. They're not going to talk about design in general, and I think that's really too bad, because HTML and CSS and images are the front line, the front part of development of any application, and not talking about. I mean, you might think you want to just be a coder and you just want to be terminal and GUI all the time like me, and that's fine. I mean, CLI and terminal UI. But if you are going to be in the business of making applications for general users, you have to give some attention to some of these design considerations, because the chances of your application being implemented as a graphic tool of some kind are high, and you're not always going to have a designer on your team. So having at least some basic idea of color theory and what colors don't work. I mean, there was a time when if you didn't use the web palette, it wouldn't render properly at all. You had to use the, and that's, anybody remember that time? It was a long time ago, by the way. Oh, you're doing the Udemy one? That's cool. You have to report on that. But was like, well, that's nice. Look at you go, Groman. You're like motivating me. I got to get me a thing. I was going to go off on Udemy. No, I'm not. I'm not. Some of the Udemy is good. It's up to you to find a comprehensive resource, and don't just go with one, right? Hot dog colors are the best. Be mindful of the palette in your terminal applications, Rob. Yes. And I definitely will, actually, because I am, contrast is a really important thing in terminal applications, and I think that's very, very important. I think that honestly, a lot of the node developer community has kind of gone crazy with the color palette, and we won't talk about that more than that. For example, I hate chalk. Chalk is an entire material design. You'll hear about it a lot. Material design is an effort that it started at Google to create a unified, design system that works everywhere, that has a similar contrast. It's got, if you know Star Trek at all, I think it's kind of interesting. Material design is probably the closest thing to an LCARS system that humanity has come to. It's a kind of a fun reference there, but if you know Star Trek, anytime you see a Star Trek display, it's using the LCARS design system, which stands for something I can't remember right now. I just think it's funny because every single computer interface on Star Trek is always the same. Obviously, it wouldn't be like that in real life. But material design has permeated all of the applications to the point where it's now starting to become the standard, which is got pros and cons. It's just a really important thing. And you're like, what's material design, right? Well, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to be you, okay? So if you're a beginner, you don't know what it is. All right, material design. All right. Material design. I'm a 0. I don't know what it is. Well, now I'm a 1 now because Mr. Rob just told me what it is. All right. But then you go research and you go, oh, that's all design stuff. I'm just going to be a C coder. So I probably am good with just being a 1. I just can stay a 1 on that topic. Okay. That's your skill stack that you're adding to as you go. They figured out that every situation only needs 8 buttons. Really? Wow. Yeah. Terminal emulator support true color. You want to see? Since you guys triggered me on that one. Yeah, you did. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you some true color. It shouldn't burn your eyes too much, but I make no promises. So this is not original. I saw this on I think it was Command Line Magic, and I made my own version of it. So this is a terminal. Whoa, peace, man. Peace, dude. It's like boomers get full color in their terminal. I should put that as like the background. Wait, where are you? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, now we can like do rainbows. A lot of work. RGB hardware. Confirmed, triggered. Uses true color. It's in universe operating. Wait, library computer access retrieval system. It is library computer access. That's what it is. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, there we got the sunset mode is like, yeah, we're in party mode now. The crazy thing is this is a terminal. This is all in a terminal. It's in a modern terminal. So I'm gonna let that run for a bit because I'm really loving it. So we're talking about color. So Just delete. So here we go. We have, do designers need to code? What do you think? Her short answer is yes. What do you think? Now, I know people. I just showed you Brian Ford's paper. He's got a 16-page CV. Do you think he needs to know how to do design? I don't know. He needs to know how to write. He needs to lay out stuff like that. It's per line, actually. Ropeman, yeah, it uses a trick. You can go look at it. You guys want the code? I can tell you want the code. So I'll give it to you. So you go read that if you want. That's the Sunrise code. And yeah. More like a Star Trek adventure. Yeah. So I think his website says he probably should learn some design. You know, they might not like it, but let's be real. Their message would be received better if the font were at least readable, let's say. Okay. No tricks. I can do 24-bit color in individual text blocks. What? You're so fancy. I'm going to have to read it. Can I have a Groovebox background instead? My poor eyes. Yes. We will do that for you. In fact, it's already Groovebox, by the way. You guys know that, right? You know what? I fight between that. So I do like the coffee shop in the background, but part of me likes this better. I might actually start doing this, just cause I actually like 2.6 better than 2.9, which is, or 2E. I actually have these numbers memorized. This is the Groovebox number. I love Groovebox, and I was obsessed with Solarise for years. And I love me some Groovebox. It is like so great. I party too for the eyes. How's that? That's just a bunch of gray at this point now, right? Too much gray, all the gray. But this gives your eyes a rest. Besides, I got to go pretty soon anyway. So let's go back to the rest of this. We're going to talk about VS Code in a bit as a part of our editor thing if we get to it. Do designers need to learn to code? Yes, they do. And you can read more about that. You know, to respect the copyright of Jennifer, I'm not going to read you everything. I'm going to let you read it. I love this line, though. Code is also becoming more central to visual designers' workflow, where once Photoshop was all you needed to mock up a web page. These days, that's not enough. So, yeah, if you're a designer, you should learn minimal coding. CSS in general, for sure. Code slinging. A large share of website building process involves creating and troubleshooting the document, style sheet, scripts, and images. Development falls under front end and back end. That's, I would agree with. Front end development at a glance, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which we will talk about. If you do not know the distinction between those three things already, don't worry. We're going to cover it in a bit. Front end development, of course, is everything in the web browser that happens. Back end development is everything on the server side. And I'm going to make you a really advanced diagram. You ready? I was going to do some on my iPad, but I'm like, no, I'm going to do it on the paper. On paper. So here you are looking at your web browser, right? And here is the server that has the code on it. And there you are. There's your diagram. So here you are using your web browser, and your web browser connects to the server and gets stuff, and then it serves it back up to what they call the client. Get it? So you probably already knew that. If you didn't know it, that's how everything happens. Every time you go to any web page, your browser on your behalf is going back to the kitchen /server, getting all your fresh, hot content and then bringing it back and serving it up to you and giving it to you. And it's like you're a waiter that's there to give you your stuff. And that's what's called client server networking. And we'll get into networking in another one. But again, I'm speaking to you as if you have never known how your web browser even works. And I'm kind of changing my tone here as we go through the book. I've said a lot of advanced things and told the beginners to hold on. I'm going to simplify as I go, and now I'm doing that. So today you learned, unless it's IPFS, we're not going to talk about that. To use Eclipse, and that is a nightmare. Oh my gosh. And it's not that lightweight. No, it's not. But these guys are talking about web browsers. So if you're a beginner, stick with me. We don't need to go through that. So you have the front end. You have authoring. These are the people who are writing the code, hypertext markup language. And since it's here, let's talk about that. I usually use the reference to Star Trek. What is it they call when they try to go from one place to another really quickly at light speed? Hyperspace, right? Hyper jump. So believe it or not, there was a time when everybody pontificated on hyperlinking. In fact, there's a guy I think who has a credit for inventing hyperlinking, and people were talking about WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. Anybody remember this? It was just like it was the dominant conversation because there was only terminals before that, and people forget. They covered this really well in Triumph of the Geeks, the documentary. And yeah, if you do Triumph of the Geeks, and then Geeks 2.01, those are both free on YouTube. If you want to go watch them, I strongly encourage you to watch them. If you want to know where this stuff came from. But there were times when people would get PhDs in WYSIWYG design, and like this whole idea of what you get is what you see, because there was nothing but a terminal. And so the evolution of graphics, and then of course Xerox coming in and bringing the ideas of Engelbart, who championed the ideas of a graphic user interface using a mouse, who he actually paid a carpenter to make a 3-button mouse in 1969, way before Xerox got a hold of it, which was then stolen by Steve Jobs. And now we got a Mac with a user UI, graphic UI, and now we have that. So terms like hypertext or hyperlinking were like all the rage back then. And so when Tim Berners-Lee said, well, what if we made it so if I can get it blue text, I can click on the blue text, and that's going to take me someplace to another page. And that was revolutionary. And I know you guys take it for granted now, but that was revolutionary. The idea that you could jump around in this very organic way and go to different content had never been done. And so that's where hypertext markup language, the reason it's called markup is because the language itself is code that is intermingled with other content. They call it CData, which is, marked up in a way that shows you whether it's going to be italic or not. And if you're old enough to remember the very, very first word processors, I want to say Versatext and things like that, they had a markup in them. And ironically, it was very similar to Markdown, which we will cover after we go through the web stuff. But that is kind of an answer to markup, which is simpler for writers, which I would contend should have been the first thing. I think HTML is way too complicated for most non-technical people to pick up. And it's too bad, because Markdown was invented by writers. HTML was invented by scientists, and you can tell. So, because that permanently made us have a dependency on somebody to make a browser for us to see it. Whereas if it had been Markdown, it would have been better. So that's what HTML markup language is. There's a pretty hotly debated topic about not Markdown not allowing underlying. Underlying is a bad idea, but we can talk about beyond the scope of the class of the class station. Yeah. All right. So next, let's talk about HTML in general, and we've talked about what it is. It's and style sheets. So we're going to get to this later, but I'm going to hit it right now all the way. So when the web first came out, and I can tell you why it's called index.html later. Short story is it's related. In the early days, we used to have the thing called Gopher, and the way you navigated the internet was you basically did the same thing you do with your graphic user interface going through your file system. You open up a folder, and what's in there, you go get it, you go to that. And that's how we navigated the internet. And there was a really big sort of fight between Gopher. It's funny too, because there's a resurgence of Gopher proponents right now because the web is pretty much broken. And so Gopher was basically a big file system for the internet. And you just clicked on things and opened them. And if you wanted to search, there was a thing called Archie Search back in the day. But it was all really slow, and it wasn't pretty. And so the people at CERN who were sick and tired of sending emails to each other said, what if we made our emails in files and made it so we could link between them so that we don't have to blast everybody with an email every time while we're doing this research in particle physics. And so then we ended up with HTML. And so then they started putting out what were ultimately emails that had extra markup in them to say, I want this to be italic and I want this to be a link to another, email essentially, page. And that allowed the hyperlinking between them. And then when they added the ability to embed an image, the first ones were JPEGs, or a GIF, that blew the world away, because now you had basically what appeared to be text from a book. You couldn't control anything about the style other than the appearance of the image. In fact, if you go back and you look at some of the old ones, I should probably try to find one. Let's try to find one really fast. You know what? This is a search for a graphic browser. Let me go there. So let's say old web style. So I just wanted you to see one. If you go to the, you can see these are okay. So here you go. So this is this is a good one. This is the first. Wait. Come on, go big, go bigger. What? All right. So where is it? Where is it? There we go. So this is, like what Amazon looked like. You could not control anything. You had to have a great background. You had to have an underline on your link. And the style sucked, man. I mean, it was really bad. It was definitely made by, but you didn't have a choice. You couldn't change anything. This is why when I was able to change backgrounds, I got a job over it, just that one thing. But you could embed images. And so this suddenly became the way that everybody did everything. But the reason I have to tell you all of this backstory is because you have to understand that was the only option until CSS came along. And so CSS was the response of the world to that. What started happening was, and this is, you're going to have, by the way, if you're like, why is this guy talking about this? When I encounter parts of the book that are triggering content that I have that's not covered by the book, you're just going to get this. So just get ready for it. And so at the time, I won't get into the browser wars, but let's just say that the Mozilla browser, which then later became Netscape, which is still part of the Mozilla Foundation, they decided, the guy that was running it, Andreessen, I'm pretty sure, they kept adding things because it became a company. And the company was competitive. In fact, there was a time when Netscape was the biggest tech company in the world. And I mean, besides IBM at the time, but Google wasn't even a thought, and Yahoo hadn't been thought of. And the idea that Netscape would be an afterthought and nobody would even know what it was one day, it is absolutely unfathomable to me. AOL was big, but the fact that Netscape went from like a household name to being just a footnote in history, it just blows me away. I mean, because it was everybody had it. They actually sold you web browsers. You could pay $19 and get a box, and you could buy a web browser, and the internet was still relatively fresh. But back then, the competitive advantage went to those who made a more compelling internet browsing experience, and they didn't want to see that boring blue page. Oh boy, what am I opening here? I'm a little scared. I'm always scared when Brian sends me things. Let's go look at this one though. Paste and go. 1 terabyte of kilobyte age photo op. What? Oh gosh. What could they have done better? I don't know. What even is this? Oh, it's a bunch of these crazy sites from the old days. Yeah, these were real, man. Yep, these were definitely real. Oh my God. I remember sites like that. They thought they were being cool. They hadn't invented anti-aliasing fonts. One of the things that you should be forever grateful for is anti-alias fonts. Can I just say, they're so amazing. Oh, this is all Netscape, right? Netscape and IE. Old sites taking screenshots. This is fantastic. Yeah, that's a really good one. Thanks for posting that. So that's what we were faced with. And so Netscape came along and they said, okay, we're going to make things fancier. So they added backgrounds. That's what you saw, the guitars in the background and stuff. They started expanding on the W3C specification without asking. They said, fine, we're going to do this. It's kind of pre-what WG kind of thinking. Like, we're the browser company and we're going to tell you what we're going to do, and we're going to compel people to use our thing, and then they'll be dependent on us and they'll buy our stuff and blah, blah, blah. and that was the beginning of the browser wars. And then Microsoft got involved, and they said, "Oh yeah, watch this. We're going to put cooler things, and we're going to have cooler tags." And then just for spite, somebody said, "You know what? We're going to make a blink tag," and the whole world never recovered. Well, that's like the blink tag is the only thing that has been ripped out of the original standard, by the way. It's like there's no even hint of it anymore. You can't even put it in because it was so bad. WYSIWYG is not a Xerox concept. That is a lie. That is an absolute very popular myth that is 1,000% untrue. And you can go watch the mother of all demos, and you can see Engelbart, the inventor of the WYSIWYG, present there at the presentation where many of the original Park employees were, who got their idea. And this is something I did not know until my late 40s. That actually the mythical story of Steve Jobs stealing the graphic idea of the mouse from Xerox, who invented it, is a lie. Actually, it was previously. You can go watch it now on the internet, and you can see where they got the idea. So the idea goes to Engelbart, and you can read all about it in The Innovators from Isaacson, which is a fantastic kind of biographical approach to this whole history of tech. I highly recommend it. What could Netscape have done better? I don't know. But Netscape was competing. They were providing value for people who wanted more advantages. And W3C was like, no, we're fine. We're fine with this plain browser. We don't care. And so NCSA Mosaic kind of faded into the background and died. And then Microsoft just obliterated Netscape and that's why they went to court, because they shipped their Microsoft Internet Explorer browser with Windows, which was dominant, and Netscape didn't have a chance. It was an extra application that had to be added on. It took you 2 days to download the content for the thing. You had to have it in a box, and you had to go buy it. And so Microsoft won. They totally won. And Netscape went on to still be influential, but they became the Mozilla Foundation at that point, and they're still around, and they still provide the best alternative. Google came on the scene sometime later. But why does this all come about? Why do we have to talk about all of this? Because of cascading style sheets. The reason is because during the browser wars, one of the things that they fought hardest on was how to add style, because everybody in the world wanted to get rid of that ugly gray background and provide different alternatives, even though the people that would use them had no style at all and make everything all pink and stuff like that. So, but they still wanted the choice to make that. And so the browsers started providing stylistic additions that were not standard, and then they wouldn't work. And so that's what started the war. One could do a background this way, another could do a background that way. One had blinking tests, one had marquee, the other one didn't. And all of this stuff, the bold tag and the italics tag, ultimately became an issue because they needed to get together on this. And I don't remember when, but sometime in there, they said, you know what? All of this style stuff really has no business being in the markup. The style stuff, we should be able to say, and this is what style sheets are, we should be able to say styles are separate from the content. The content is here and the style is here. And I should be able, in fact, they have contests now about taking exactly the same HTML and representing it completely differently depending on what the style sheet is. A style sheet is a word from the design world that says, what kind of colors you can use. It's kind of akin to this style sheet. If you were to look for like a Nike style sheet that is a physical thing, it would show the colors that you can use when you're designing, copy and media stuff, advertising for that company. And that's where the term style sheet came from. And so this is just a digital version of that. So they created a language sometime in the, I don't know when, that says, okay, this is a style sheet, and we'll make it cascading so that any styles that appear at the bottom overrule the stuff at the top. And that has continued to be how the distinction between HTML and style. So you can think of HTML as being the skeleton. It's the content. It's the actual stuff that matters. And all of the CSS, the style stuff, is the display of that stuff. So you can kind of think of that as the clothes that you can swap out and, that kind of thing. And I sometimes will relate JavaScript to the brain, which is what adds adds the logical manipulation of the things, of the content and the styles. So it allows you to script and coordinate how all of that stuff works. And all those things work. The DOM itself, the document object model, is the thing that says, okay, I have this tag, I have this background thing, it has this style, and you can programmatically change anything literally on the web page. And this was what gets us into trouble with the JavaScript only people, because what they do is they load a script, and the script makes the page. So there's no actual page there. And single page apps, that was the beginning of this craziness, is this whole SPA movement, single page app movement, which just loaded a JavaScript, and then the JavaScript controlled everything happening on the page from the beginning, and there was no actual content to index. And then they had to make up for that in many, many ways. But JavaScript wasn't introduced into the scene until much, much later. HTML and CSS were right there from the very beginning. Okay, I'll take a break and read here. First lost to Microsoft, then Google. Yes. Microsoft obliterated lots of good things from 1980 to 2010. This is true. This is why people still have PTSD from Microsoft. They have a hard time believing Microsoft means to do good by that when they look at the Linux Foundation membership and their participation in supporting Linux at their company and everything. It's like, I don't know, man, but it's the Microsoft of today is not the Microsoft of that time. I'm not sure if the power of the default is the only factor. Chrome is still an additional software. This is true. It is now, but you're talking, man, Badfields. You're talking about a time when you can click a button and get the browser installed within 5 minutes. And back then, I can't overstate how hard it was to put software on your computer. We're talking about 25 like floppy disks. Oh, there was no CDs or anything. And you definitely couldn't download it over a 56K modem. I mean, you'd have to wait for like 3 hours and hope nobody picked up your phone on the other end. Anybody ever have that happen? You'd be like waiting for you'd be like starting up an initial download. You'd be a one phone family. People would get second lines in their house just so that somebody wouldn't pick up the phone and blow away their internet connection during a download. So it was a different time, you couldn't just say boom and have it. And we do now. The power of default was more important in the days when it took that. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying, Brian. What's up, everyone? So we're doing PW stuff today. What is PW? High selective duplicate. We're doing can't relate to young. You know what, though? There's lessons to be learned from having gone through that. So, how did people get Netscape before IE? They bought it in a box down at the computer store. I'm not exaggerating. That's how I bought Mandrake Linux and Red Hat. I know you guys can't remember that, but there was a time when you literally bought software and went home with it and installed it, and you guarded those disks with your life because that was your only copy of the software, and you couldn't get another copy of it. Anybody remember that? Oh God, I'm just dating myself there. Mandriva, RIP, yeah. It was a good one. I really liked it. It was fun. I did it with Walmart. I remember at Walmart there was 1,000-page yellow pages from websites. Yes, do you remember that? I do remember that. Progressive Web, yes. Progressive Web, yes. PW, sorry. Yeah, and hopefully Progressive Web means supporting everything. That's what I mean by progressive. I should probably talk about that. I did at the beginning of the stream a little bit. I still have 3 copies of Diablo 2 on disk. I remember going to CompUSA. Yes, CompUSA, Fry's, Egghead. People don't know this, right? But Egghead used to be, they're a really popular online store. They used to be one of the most popular go-in shops, kind of like GameStop is today. Yeah, Best Buy wasn't a thing. Not sure if I was even existing back then. Yeah, it's just crazy, the pace of tech. I'm old, but I'm not that old. I mean, think about it. Think about what's happened in 25 years. 25 years, that's nothing. That's like a quarter of a lifetime. Look at how far we've come. It's insane. The pace of tech change is just crazy. Futuresoft and CompUSA are complete history. So is Netscape, right? It's like Yahoo. You could argue that Yahoo is history at this point, even though the people at Yahoo would disagree. I mean, it's just crazy. It always does make me wonder. I'm sorry, I'm like giving you my a little bit of knee action there. it it just makes me wonder, like what's in store, because major things that you assume will exist forever in your life today are going to be absolute footnotes that people 20 years from now will not even remember. I just wonder what it's going to be. I mean, it could be Google. It could be, you don't think it could be, but if you had asked somebody when Yahoo was on top of the game and Yahoo ads were on the television every night, if you had asked somebody during that time, if you told them, you say, in 20 years, you're not even going to know what Yahoo is or AOL is, they would have said, no, that's impossible. Yeah. Or they'll have HTML6. You're for Facebook. Yeah. Facebook, MySpace. How many kids even know MySpace existed? MySpace started the social engineering experiment. You could argue that they started it all, and they're a footnote. They're a footnote. Nobody even knows they exist. I know that's a tangent, but I find it so fascinating how fast the pace of technical. Who really understood this was Bill Gates. Bill Gates talks about this all the time with a sense of serious panic. He couldn't sleep because he was terrified of being consumed in like a month, and he got consumed. Google ate him for lunch. It's like, the General Magic documentary. I have not seen that. Send you a link. Yes. On Discord. Great talk. Let's see. HN had an article showing super successful websites, and they're all with tiny memory footprints like Craigslist. Yeah. I think I agree with that. Hacker News. I'm not a big fan of Hacker News. There's a lot of, my brother used to sneak into the living room to go turn the router back on so he could get on MySpace. I don't even know how to get all the photos off Facebook at this point. It's going to be a BB. I downloaded it all. I did. I have all my Facebook stuff downloaded. But I suggest you start doing that. If you guys want to keep all your family history. This thing that's so sad is so many people's family histories is completely on Facebook, and when they go under, that stuff's gone. It's not part of the internet anymore. And I really worry, because so much of our, archaeologists are not going to be able to have anything to go back and look at. There's not going to be the really interesting thing about where we are. And so if you like sociology and anthropology and stuff, is to fast forward 100 years. What are the archaeologists going to go through? There's not going to be a lot left to study our civilization from. And, there's actually a lot of efforts to do that. That's one of the things the Web Archive is doing, which is why I get so pissed about this JavaScript stuff, because it makes it impossible for them to archive humanity. And we're going through some massive cultural changes right now that could be lost to history, because you're not going to be able to go randomly read this letter from so-and-so to so-and-so during the Civil War, because there's not going to be anything left to read. And that's one of the reasons I get so spun up about that particular thing. Yeah, ET in the landfill. Well done. TikTok, yeah. I don't know. MGS2, a game written in 2000, released 2001, has a great commentary on archiving humanity in the age of the web. Really? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Anyway, so we got 15 minutes left here. Let's keep going. So we got the hypertext markup language. Apparently there is a appendix in here about HTML plus to HTML5, tells the history, which I kind of gave you already. Markup is the structure. Styling is the style. I covered that already. The W3C, it covers here. I find it sort of a lack of, this is one place where I got to tell you, Jennifer, if you're out there, you need to update this. This is like really old information. Okay. The Web Consortium has no power in what goes into the HTML anymore. And citing the Web Consortium is an example of being behind the times. So this book needs to be updated. That needs to have, the what working group, whatwg.org. And we covered that already. But once again, I'm going to show you, if you need to go, if you want to know who's defining what's going on, it's whatwg.org. W3C has very little to do with any of it. And so that's a part where I would go so far as to say is the book is actually wrong. Uh, and that's why I'm doing this, because I want to be able to let you know these things. Um, so yeah, better for forgetting this part of history. It's probably true too, unless we forget to learn from it, right? JavaScript and the DOM. We talked about that too, how to make everything happen in your brain. So asynchronous JavaScript and XML, Ajax, which is one of the worst names ever invented in history. Well, we're going to skip that. So she does recommend, this is where she kind of punts and says, and I don't do JavaScript, but Ethan Brown does. And you should go read Learning JavaScript. And this is not the best resource. It's out of date. You have to pay for it. It is good, but it's still not the best. The best resource for JavaScript is the JavaScript way, or the JS way, that I found so far. The second best is the crowdfunded eloquentjavascript.net, which is free online. And Learning JavaScript is really closely after Eloquent JavaScript. It's kind of a little bit eerie how much Learning JavaScript and Eloquent JavaScript have in common, having gone through both of those. Do not buy Definitive JavaScript. Do not buy, we talked about this already. I'm not going to talk about it again. Go back and watch the rest. We'll talk about that more when we get into JavaScript. Don't even buy any JavaScript books yet. Okay, just hold off. Back-end development. We talked about what that is. She's dating herself here big time. This is somebody who does not know back-end technology, trying to make a little. This is embarrassingly out of date. So Jennifer, you might want to update this part. Citing Apache and Microsoft IIS as software servers. Anybody know why that's so out of date? Do we have any actual server administrators here? When's the last time you encountered Apache or Microsoft IIS in the wild? I mean, they haven't been used in over a decade, at least. Oh, come on. You do not. Do you still use Apache? Seriously? So, in case you're wondering, 2018, did you? Oh, okay. So, only on CTFs, right? Nginx is the leading server right now, and with gRPC, Envoy, which is a reverse proxy server that's not a web server, is also really popular. There's still a fair amount of Apache out there. We won't talk about backend stuff. Just know that Apache, the reason it fell out of favor is because it's so memory hungry. It has a completely different model for dealing with a bunch of connections than Nginx. Nginx runs in very low memory footprint and is really wicked fast. And is, these days, it's the standard for the web. It's the number one standard web server. Even in Microsoft, it's shops. But even Microsoft doesn't use IIS anymore. They, on their Azure servers, they would have you install Nginx on Linux. So Microsoft doesn't even promote IIS anymore. It's still out there because it's been around for years, but nobody uses it. Yeah. Okay, so be you too will be just get to the job market and realize web mobile dev is the majority of options. Yes. That is a thing. And let's talk about job options really quick, since you mentioned it. Okay. So I was going to talk about this earlier and I forgot. And I actually wrote about this, and I have a kind of a more digestible graph of this. So if you go to rwx.gg / I think jobs, rwx.gg/jobs. This is not jobs I'm offering. This is jobs. This is based on research I've done last year in 2019. So it's still relatively fresh. There is a link to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and this is based on American labor data. Some would argue that when you're looking for job data, by the way, this needs. Okay, I'm going to cut this conversation short. I'm just going to show you where web is on here, because this entire breakdown of the job market is a part of another video series called Good to Gig, which is based entirely on getting a job, preparing yourself for a job, and knowing what the job environment is like. And then we're still a ways away from that. So I'm only showing you this to show you where web developer is. Web developer is growing at the rate of 13%. The average salary is $73,000, but it has the least amount of required schooling. So this is the fastest tech job path to a tech job. It may not be the best tech job that you want, but it is definitely the fastest. I would suggest at this point, just anecdotally watching, everything on informally, not actually, that web development is sort of becoming saturated. Junior web developers market is still, there's still a lot of jobs in it, but it's sort of becoming saturated. So if you're going to go into web development as a career, make sure you punch the design thing, and you'll definitely have to add some of the more front-end engineering aspects, such as, Vue or React or one of those things, because that's where the work is. And so compiler devs, yeah, it's very low. I still think there are still systems running IIS to run .NET web apps. Yeah, there probably are, probably a lot of them. So look, just because it's not, there's a difference between greenfield, which means I can make any choice I want for a new project, and legacy, which means maintaining what's existing. There's a lot of legacy IIS, I guarantee it. There's probably a lot of legacy Apache out there. So there's jobs in maintaining those things. The question is, do you want to get a job in deal with technology that has massive technical debt and they have no chance or desire to improve, or do you want to stay with the newest tech without getting too trendy? And that's a good to gig conversation. So I'm going to leave it right there. But you definitely need to learn about that. Would I recommend subbing it to Medium? No, I wouldn't. At one time I did, and I have a Medium account over there, but I haven't updated any of my content on that. And I think it's more important to start following individual bloggers and writers than it is to follow anybody on Medium. I'm not against Medium, but when they put the paywall in, they lost everybody. It really pissed a lot of people off. And from then on, I won't participate in any online blogging system ever, because it's inevitably going to do that to you. They're going to stab you in the back, and they're going to make your content so only people paying can see it. And I've been burned too many times by that. This is the second time, by the way. WordPress did the same thing. So yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah, if you have, there's ways to read the stuff on Medium for free, and that's what I'd recommend. I'm not into supporting them at all. In fact, I want Medium to die at this point, because they completely violated the trust of all their users, and they didn't even care about it. They just did it. They got everybody hooked, and then they just blew it away. Hey, Sardini. So anyway, let's go back to the web stuff. We only have about 10 minutes. And it's slow. You know what? If you're going to use Medium, make your own blog. It takes I'm going to show you. You can make your own Pandoc blog and do it entirely for free on GitHub and GitLab, and then synchronize it to Netlify, and you're good. You do not need, including with RSS. These days, using Medium, unless you are a non-technical person, is a waste. So if you are a non-technical person, then it makes sense to do that. But just know you won't ever be able to get your stuff out of it. I have so much stuff in there that I have to write an entire API hack to just get out the whole thing. Pandoc is going to be, the next thing. All right. Here we go. It looks like we lost our music too. It's probably good though. I think I'm going to leave the music off and have better background, because it's just easier for you to read and stuff. All right. So web applications. I love this. This is really, really dated. PHP is still strong. It's still 50% of the backend stuff. Ruby was really big from 2004 until 2013. It's still out there. There's still boot camps that are entirely based on Ruby. The fact that this doesn't even mention, this actually lists Java server pages. This is, if I could red letter this entire book and send it back to Jen and say, please update this. Putting Java server pages in a list of backend technologies in 2020 is a fail. It's a fail. Oh, come on. You do not. Do you use JSP in banking software? Are you kidding me? Wow. Used for QA systems. Cold Fusion. ASP.NET is it, by the way, if any of you guys are struggling with fear of missing out, and you don't want these on, if you care to, you can put these in the column of your skill stack, right? And then rank yourself and go through that. What's missing, by the way? Let me just ask you guys. It'd be more fun that way. What's missing from web application languages here? I mean, the obvious one that I like, and these are back-end languages, right? There's some really important languages that are missing. It's actually not a language so much as it is a framework. I'll give you 5 seconds. Haskell, obviously. Node.js is a big one, right? JSP rendered our advertising schedule. Really interesting. Golang. Yeah, obviously. There's Ed. You knew I like that one, right? JSON, Go, clearly Rust. You know what? Rust is showing up as a backend language, so that would be a fair response. And there's no Perl, for God's sake. Yeah, why not Perl, right? Heck, if you're going to list Java server pages, you'd better well put Perl there. Protobuf. I don't think you could do that, but so yeah, I would say Node and Go and maybe Rust are really absent from this, and that's a thing. Database software. I can forget WebAssembly. Right, WebAssembly's not even there, right? I don't know if that's a backend technology though, right? It's a front end technology, or is it? Lisp. Mongo is not a. That's a database. Here we go. Database MySQL, and they list MySQL and Oracle differently. MySQL is now owned by Oracle. There's no Postgres here. Postgres has been the standard since 2014 for open source database usage, and it's not here. This is how long this is. Oh, you got to be kidding me. There's server-side WASM now. Postgres is missing from here. Okay, so this is where if you had a book, you would be like bleeding all over this because it just says at a glance. If you actually took this at face value at a glance, you would go to your buddies in tech and over a beer, and you would say, so tell me, when's the last time you used, well, actually SQL Server is still around. So do you guys use a bunch of Java server pages? What's JSP? Do you use that? And they'll laugh you right out of the bar if you could go to the bar. But you know, to MS SQL to MySQL, and the Oracle requires my exactly. And now it's MariaDB, right? So this is all back end stuff. We're making a bunch of jokes. If you're new and you don't know what we're talking about, don't worry. The only thing you need to take away from this is that this is really, really outdated content right here. So take that with a grain of salt. Or Java server pages in order to create applications. The first Nike conference that I gave, I presented to a crowd of about 1,000 people Java server pages for the first time at Nike when I built SwooshNet for Nike. That was my first professional conference presentation, and they'd flown all kinds of people. I feel it was kind of fun, terrifying but fun. Boomer, it felt like 1,000 people. Watch it turn out to be only been like 90 people. That's what my mind remembers. Boomer relates to programmers with JSP. Blah blah blah. I'm not a boomer. I'm tear shy, but I would stand proud with the boomers who invented the tech that you're using every day. You'd have no internet without the boomers. Full stack developers and unicorns. You would have no Linux without the boomers. We're looking for a job in web development. You will frequently see posts looking for full stacks. Okay, boomer. Yeah, that's the proper answer when you say I'm not a boomer. Okay, boomer. That means a person who's fluent in both front end, HTML, and back end. There is a rare breed of web designer who can actually handle all of the tasks mentioned earlier, from context to UX and blah. These folks are known in the biz as unicorns. I've met a few. There are some, but the chances are, and the thing that sucks is all the job posts are for full stack developers. I tell you what, if somebody calls himself a full stack developer, I'm like, okay, all right, next. If I'm interviewing somebody and they actually call themselves a full stack developer, oh, really, right? Which is your primary database language that you've done? Oh, I don't do any database integration. But you just called yourself a full stack developer. What does that mean to you? Oh, I can code JavaScript and Node on the back end, and I oh, okay, bye. Full stack developer posting equals do front back design and get my coffee for me. It's only employers that use full stack. This is how you know. This is how you know a job or a company a job posting doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. There's my second F word for the night. If they list a full stack developer and they have you want to literally do all of those things, and they're going to try to make you responsible for all of those things, run screaming to somebody who actually knows what the job entails. Because most people cannot, if they can do all those things, they can't do them all well. And I'm telling you that not just out of sour grapes. I'm telling you that because that's just the laws of our physical restraints. Now, they might be able to learn really fast, And then that's an important thing. You want to look for somebody who can learn really fast and get up to speed on a particular thing really fast. But if you're going to tell me that you can keep up on the latest front end web technology and the latest back end technology integrations and the latest GraphQL interfaces, REST interfaces, gRPC, which is now a part of the back end, fully part of the back end, and you can keep up on all of your database administration and communication while putting it all in a container, you are full of shit, and I don't want anything to do with you. Nobody can do all of that and stay up on top. How are these boomers, zoomers, millennials classified? I don't know. I got hired as a full stack web dev intern without having ever written a line of JavaScript. Of course you did. And that's the problem too, is people put job postings and they don't know. So it's a disconnect between HR and, that's the ancient, there's like that old school like joke, like 5 years of Node experience when Node hadn't even come out yet. Diamond live long enough to see yourself become a boomer. Haha. What do you mean by application full stack, like web full stack or CPU? That's what I'm talking about, man of feels. And by the way, there's a full stack engineer, and Guilfoyle comes to mind from Silicon Valley, versus a full stack developer. And full stack developer somehow has come to mean a full stack web application developer. Whereas a full stack engineer, I actually did a chart of this once upon a time. I was like, okay, if you're a full stack engineer, that means you also understand like edge case technologies, which means you're writing C code for, embedded devices as well. There are them, and usually they've been in the business 20 years and they've worked in all certain angles of it, and they can operate it functionally on any one of those levels given enough time, but they can't stay up on those things every day. They just are able to migrate really. It's more important to look for people who are quick learners, like legitimate quick learners, not, autodidacts who set up a plan and who follow through. IT manager did it all for hiring for dev. Really? I quickly became the best dev in the department. Yeah, I love these stories. These are great. This is what my channel is about. My channel is about reality. And if you don't want to hear reality, this is not the channel for you. This is not it. If you want somebody to stroke your unicorn ego and tell you how awesome of a full stack engineer you are, instead of cutting you down and say you can't be good at all that stuff at the same time, it's like, oh yes, I can. I'm just gonna say no. Other roles, product manager. Yeah. Product managers, the pointy hair people, SEO specialists, the biggest snake oil salesman in all the world. If you want to be an SEO specialist, leave my channel right now. Just go away. I don't care about you. Multimedia producers. Let's see. Stroke my unicorn. Multimedia producers. One of the cool things about the web is that you can add multimedia elements to the site. This is true. And as I would say, that kind of falls into the sort of broadcast web. The broadcast web and the other web departments kind of mesh with each other. Offer you a full-time job when you're the first dev and figured out how to make a Jira server add-on. They use Jira for everything. Yep, that's pretty common in the enterprise. Atlassian was terrible documentation. SEO specialists are just trolls. Yeah, I am a troll. God, I hate Jira. Well, yeah, that just increases my respect for you. I mean, at least you have the guts to say you don't like it. But all right, soft skills every engineer needs. I talked about these in autodidactic skills. You need to be able to communicate. That means you need to be able to speak English. And I hate saying that, but it's true today. You can't get around not speaking English. I just, a couple of weeks ago, I had an interview with a recruiter who couldn't speak very much English, and it was hilariously bad. I mean, it was so bad. I had to just kind of excuse myself, and I'm like, okay, we're done here. And it was just bad. Critical thinking and good judgment. That's just because you've learned to think. If you haven't learned to think and you're trying to become a technologist, you're going to have trouble on the first day. If you find yourself going to the cubicle next to you to get answers, you know that you have a lot of critical thinking work to figure out. Flexibility, a good attitude. This is the one I struggle with, because I consider a good attitude calling out bad shit when it exists with a smile. And at a certain time, it meant calling people morons. That's what Linus Torvalds does, even though you don't mean that they're morons. And that is not a good way to communicate in any time. And I may have been, tainted by that generation of beating each other up until the right, ideas came to the surface, and we all go for a drink or something later, because we knew we were all still friends. So, treating people with respect is the thing. Disagreeing with them is not disrespect. Stating that somebody is that users are unable to use a product is not being attacked. It's not harassing someone by stating facts. So I'm going to leave that one there. Unicorns in business with $1 billion in revenue. Somebody that no front and back end is a wizard. HR, they basically a union busting tactic. Yeah. I've never saw a thing like that in my life. I feel like these things are a bit generalized. This page does it. Yeah. I mean, this is, she's just trying to give you an overview, I think. And, this probably doesn't belong in this book. But yeah, I'm a foreigner and I had to tell a younger self some advices. I would say, number one, learn English to be American, has all the ideas, good or bad, to be able to choose good ones. That is smart. That is smart. If you're American and you're looking to learn a language, learn Chinese. I said that earlier. That state capital is going to own the whole world. I'm sorry to say it, but it's true. State capitalism is going to destroy crony capitalism. America practices crony capitalism. China practices state capitalism. State capitalism always wins. And I talked about that in another thread, but I don't want to go down that path right now. I wonder why this topic exists at all in a learning web design book. Yeah, that's a fair critique, Invisible Programmer. I think it's because she's teaching beginners, and a lot of them don't know what they want to do and how to get into the industry. So I think this is Jennifer's attempt to kind of prep people for the tech world. And I do that in two other series. I do it in the autodidactic, habits series, and then the Good to Gig series. So I've broken my content out from this, but I think it's worth mentioning. One little square is not enough to cover that topic, in my opinion. So tell my brother to join the quote party. Visible programmers, so many people get a degree in CS and have no idea how to communicate or actually function in a real job. No shit. That's true. I do need to learn Mandarin. Luckily my treadmill has Velcro so I can swap. You're just motivating me to go running on my I need to get a treadmill. We've been wanting to get one. I got to save up and get one. They're staying on because they have 16 trillion in debt, though. Economic fallout incoming. You think China has that? That'd be interesting. That's another topic, but yeah, it's like a Sunday morning topic, and it is 4:07, so I'm kind of going over here. Let me see if I can wrap up this first chapter really quick. Gearing up for web design. Equipment: a solid state up-to-date computer. Windows, Mac, or Linux is fine. A large monitor is fine. A second computer for testing. No, you don't need that. Mobile devices for testing. Yes. A scanner or a camera. Yes, if you're going to do it as a career. Web production software. No, you do not need that. You do not need that. VMware Fusion, run Windows on your Mac. Yes, this is like really dated. So this is we're going to kind of skip over that. Coding tools, your editor. And we're going to talk about the editors. We're going to start with editors tomorrow. So tomorrow at midnight, we're going to pick up where we left off, and we're going to start talking about the tools you need to get installed. And I'm going to, spoiler alert, install VS Code, the end. And I'm going to install VS Code. They don't even list VS Code here. Although they did finally. It got added as the last thing. Just no to the rest of these. Some people still like Atom, and Sublime is still really fast. But for web development, VS Code destroys everything here. I mean, it's gotten so far that it's actually mandated by some companies. So yeah. We're gonna pick up where we left off on that. So I think that's probably a good place to quit for tonight. I don't want to zoom over the editor topic, and it seems to be here on page 14. So we'll put a bookmark in page 14. We'll pick up tomorrow where we left off, and we'll begin to talk about tools that you need. Another spoiler alert. As even though I'll be talking about installing VS Code and using that. For much of the development that I'm doing, I'll be using Vim, and you're welcome to learn Vim, but I do not require Vim for, beginners who are just starting out. It's usually too much for them to learn when they're first starting, but not all, some do. Your web teacher forced you to use Vim. Yeah. Yeah. How to use VS Code on Linux. I think I meant this morning. No, I mean at midnight today. So we're at 4 a.m. So VS Codium, that's a pretty, I've heard that's a pretty good one too. We're going to take care of that. We're going to talk about that during the next session, which is actually still today. And so, yeah, and we'll talk about Vim. We're not going to go into detail about that. And so, yeah, if you want to continue to provide information about this, you can jump on the Discord and compare notes with everybody else. I realize this has been kind of an introductory, like ranty opening to the web development thing, but it's really important that you know where I stand. I really believe in that. I think it's more important for those helping you learn and mentoring you to be open with their biases and their views and their values right up front so that you can make some initial decisions about whether you want to listen to them or not. And so that's why I've done this. And that way, hopefully you can get some context. So when we go jumping in to some of this other stuff, you can know why I say what I do and how to get through that. I have to actually compile it and play around with it, guys. Though I'm not against it. I just need to get going on it. If there's nothing else, okay, so I need to find a good, yeah. Well, I don't, we'll talk about Vim tomorrow. You guys are getting off on that. I know it's going to be, you're going to suck me down into that. Again, thank you so much for joining. If you stopped by, how many did we end up with? Not that it matters, but oh wow, 80 people. That's nice. Thank you. So again, thanks for coming by, whether you're lurking, if you're just a brand new beginner. And by the way, if you are a beginner, just have fun with all of these show offs. You're talking about all these great things. We love them too. But if you're just lurking and you're just starting out, please don't be intimidated by the talk and the jokes. Just remember to hold tight to your skill stack and write those words down, and then you can go back and research those words in your own time and come to master them. If you feel uncomfortable and you want to start, feeling like you're one of the cool people who gets what people are talking about, that's how you can manage that feeling of imposter syndrome. I'm gonna call it, and I'm gonna go ahead and put my title screen back on, and I don't have any music to play, so I'm just gonna fade away. Bye.